do it. That didn't go. What's up, everybody? That didn't feel good. That last one didn't feel good. First one did. Not so much the second. Hello, hello.
Everybody.
Everybody in the club get tipsy. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday to you all. All you fine folks. No, dude, you didn't upset me at all. Not in the least. I don't know why you think that. You really didn't. It had nothing to do with you. Promise you that. I really don't know why you think that you upset me. But I appreciate your apology, but not necessary, because it absolutely had nothing to do with you. Or any of you. Thank you for rejoining. What's up? Welcome back. How's it going? I did not catch your name last time either. Honestly, I wasn't even reading messages that night. Wasn't even reading comments that night. Oh, okay. Nah, that wasn't you. I wasn't even reading the chat. I wasn't even reading the chat that night, which is, I mean, so very rare. It was one of those very rare situations that I was um, venting. Welcome, everybody. How are you? Yeah, it was a tough night. Appreciate your understanding. We shall move on. If you'd like to share your struggles right now, I'd be happy to read them and to respond and whatever have you. But if not, I understand as well. Sorry, I wasn't reading the messages that night, really. Sometimes I use this channel and the live streams especially to vent, and you know, and then usually like I will, you know, take comments and stuff like that after the fact, but that was a very unique situation. I don't discuss religion. I'm not a religious person. I will say that I am spiritual, though. I consider myself a spiritual person, and that's all I have to say about that. Welcome, Laura. Thank you for being here. Laurel, whatever it is. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining. You're Muslim. Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, venting is very healthy. Uh, keeping it in is very unhealthy. I think. I agree. Oh, you are. I am Job. I am Job. That reminds me of from Mrs. Doubtfire, the movie Mrs. Doubtfire. It'd be hilarious if that's what you meant it from. Yeah, see, nailed it. Yeah, rest in peace, Robin Williams. He was great. I am Job. It's a great movie. Love that movie. I don't discuss work. I've learned from that. Yeah, you know what? There was it was a drive-by fruiting or something like that when Robin Williams hits the dude in the back of the head with the lime or whatever at the pool. No, you don't need to apologize. It's all good. I just don't discuss work here. That's all. Okay, yeah, here you go. Nobody's burning in a fire of hell. Well, some people might be, but yeah, drive-by fruiting. Did you not tip them, dear? That is a great movie. Yeah, rest in peace, Robin Williams. He was excellent. He could do it all, man. You want to talk about? He's one of the greatest one of the greatest comedians out there for sure. I appreciate that. See, this is the issue with religion is people start coming in here and start preaching all this crap, and it's like that their religion's the best, my religion's the best, what I believe is the best is what should be believed, and it's like that's not true. That's why I'm spiritual. That's why I choose not to be religious, because who's to say that any of it is true? Who's to say that any of that is what's real and what's not? That's not okay. Everyone's entitled to their belief systems. And that's a great thing. You know, who am I to sit there and take it away from someone else? But who is someone else to come in here and take that away from other people in their belief system? And that goes for every religion. Even in Christianity, Islam, yeah, all of them, you know, Judaism. There are always people that are like to that extremist level that they refuse to absorb any other religion as if they're their enemy. We're all on the same side, folks. I agree. Some are outrageous, yes. Spirituality is the way, 100%. I see it the same way. Nice. I appreciate you guys respecting the boundaries there, for sure. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the hearts. I really appreciate it. Appreciate that, folks. Please double tap those screens. Double tap those screens to like this live stream and or click on that thumbs up button. Ding! It's all greatly appreciated. Digging the vibe of this live, please hit subscribe. Thank you. With your shield, what is up? Yes, I am. Thank you for asking. I don't know if that means Hammy, but welcome. Thank you, Toon. I appreciate that. Thank you for the sub, my friend. Stay and hang out with us. We're going to play a game here in a little bit, folks. Please stay and hang out. We're going to play Guess What I'm Thinking Of in a couple minutes here. I don't know what that is. Hello, Toon. Most likely you're just hitting that so you can get it off your screen. So I know the say hi thing pops up. I'm from ASU country. I'm from the US. I have this hat on especially because US men's soccer team's playing tonight. I'm not a huge soccer fan, but I support my country and whatever it is that they're doing. And they're playing in the World Cup tonight against Turkey. Oh, you hit it by accident, gotcha. Okay. If you're just gonna keep saying the same thing over and over again, you gone. You're not a sports fan in general. That's okay too. I'm a huge hockey fan myself. All right, so let me, so guess what I'm thinking of is a pretty easy game. Hang on one sec, folks. So guess what I'm thinking of is a very easy game. Basically, I will start us off with a category, and I will let you guys know that category, and then you know, you got to give me a few minutes because I have to think about what it is from that category that I want you guys to think of. And once I think of it, I will let you know, and I will say, guess, blah, 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 what I am thinking of, and then I'll say go. And then you guys can start guessing at will and at random in the chat what it is you think I'm thinking of in that category. And I will let you know if I'll answer each one and say yes or no to them. And I will give clues as we go along, okay? So, I'm gonna keep this whole I'm gonna keep this one fairly easy. Let me know if you guys want to increase the difficulty level. Yo, what's up, Daniel? Daniel, we're playing Guess What I'm Thinking Of. You already know how this works, my friend. Guess what country I'm thinking of. Go. Guess what country I'm thinking of. Go. England, no. Thank you for being here with your shield, by the way. Bye, Felicia. Venezuela, no. Great guess. Iceland, no. Turkey, no. Another great guess. Because of, recent things I've said. Bulgaria, no. Brazil, no. Guess what country I'm thinking of? Did we lose tune? Chile, no. Paraguay, no. Ecuador, no. France, no. Great guess. Ding, 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 ding. Spain is correct. Daniel got it. Ireland, no. Spain is correct. Daniel got it. Great job. Great job. All right, that's the first round. Daniel got that first round. Let me, hang on, let me get my categories list. Got it. Sorry. Misplaced it. I got it though. All right. Let me get my categories list here. Okay. Believe it or not, that would be an excellent joke because there's a lot of people that guess Africa for a country, and I'm like, that's a continent. That's a continent with so many countries in it. So many people guess Africa, and it's scary. That would have been a great joke. All right. Unless they said South Africa, which would be acceptable, of course. Let's do, I don't want to say that the category, well, thank you for the chili. Thank you for the gold coin, Daniel. It's very much appreciated, my friend. Please double tap your screens, folks, that like this live stream, and or click on that thumbs up button. It's greatly appreciated. If you're digging the vibe of this live, please hit subscribe. Thank you so much. I don't know why I'm making this so complicated. Pick another category. I'm trying to feel the vibe of the crowd. We got mostly people from the US here, I think, right? Hello, Storm, welcome. Thank you for joining. I know with your shield, and I know Daniel. I just want to make sure, so just because category wise, I don't want to like be picking something that's like, you guys won't be able to guess what it is. My head just started itching. All right. Guess what fruit I'm thinking of. Go. I hope this is a fruit. I'm pretty sure it is. I don't know why I picked this one. I have no idea. I think because I heard it the other day on a cherry. No. A tomato, no. Avocado, no. Another one bites and dust. Pineapple, no. Man? Oh, mango, no. Watermelon, no. All great guesses, folks. I really hope this is a fruit. I don't have the laptop on me to double check everything, but kiwi, no. Great guess. I wish I picked kiwi. Dang it. really hope this is a fruit, guys. I think it is. I should have. Jackfruit, no. You guys got to give me just coconut, no. Just give me a second here. I'm gonna double check to make sure. Hold on, I'll be right. The live stream's gonna pause. Just give me a few seconds. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Lemon, no. Lemon, no. Jackfruit, no. Olive, no. Lime, no. Joshua, welcome back. Thank you for joining. Guess what fruit I'm thinking of? Eggplant, no. I don't think some of these are fruits that you guys are guessing, but we'll touch on that later. Pomegranate, no. That's an excellent guess. Avocado, no. Avocado, no. Peaches, no. Apricots, no. All right, with your shield. Cucumber, no. This is not one of those. I'm gonna give you guys a clue off the bat because I see where you guys are going with it. This is. I didn't think. It's not like a vegetable that could be a fruit type situation. I know what you guys are thinking, but it's not that. Nectarine, no. Great guess. Apple, no. Wouldn't that be great if it was apple? And I'm like, is that fruit? Leech, no. Orange, no. Tomato, no. A pumpkin, no. So this is a fruit from a very specific island area. From a very specific island. Tomatillo, no. A banana, no. I know tomato's a fruit. I didn't say it wasn't. Bell pepper, no. Cashews, no. Durian, no. Durian's a great guess. Figs, no. That's durian, Tomb, that you're thinking of. It's not durian. Macadamia, it's not a nut. It's not any kind of nut. Eggplant, no. Starfruit, no. Excellent guess. This is an island fruit from a very specific island, far, far away from the U.S., that's for sure. Far, far away. And tropical, I think it can only be grown tropical. And we don't really see it. Dragon fruit. What's up, for? Excellent guess. No. Coconut, no. Papaya. Ding, 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 ding. Four got it. Papaya is correct. Great job, Four. Great job, everybody. Great guesses. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for playing. I get it. I'm doing well, Bomb. How are you? Great job, Four, and everybody. Siraj, I don't know what you're saying right now, but thank you for being here. English, please. That's all I can read. All right. Let's go to round 3, folks. And let's do... That one was a little difficult, by the way. I said I was going to keep things easy. That was a difficult one. So I'll go back to easy. And let's do... guess what animal I'm thinking of, folks. Go. Guess what animal I'm thinking of. Go. Guess what animal I am thinking of. Heck yeah. Enjoy your tacos, my friend. With your shield, got it. Ding, 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 ding. You just got it. Giraffe is correct. Holy moly. With your shield, got it. Giraffe. It was a giraffe. I love when that happens. That's so wild, man. Okay, that person's gone. They're getting annoying. Sports Jazz fan, what is up, dude? Thank you for joining. How are you? Giraffe is correct. So with her shield, got it right away. Right, for her first guess, she got it. That was awesome. That was awesome. Okay. So we're gonna do another animal. Hold on a second. I haven't thought of it yet, so don't start guessing yet, guys. Yeah. Go US. All right. Yeah. Okay. Guess what animal I'm thinking of? Go. Daniel wants Antarctica. I'm glad you're here, Sports Jazz fan. We're playing Guess What I'm Thinking Of. Guess what animal I'm thinking of? Marmoset. I don't know what that is, but no. Orangutan, no. Goose, no. I will give you guys a clue right off the bat. This animal is not a bird of any kind. It's not a bird. Look, a goose. Alligator, no. Great guess. Rhinoceros, no. South African beetle snake. Can you be more specific, please? No. Iguana, no. Not a tiger or a liger. I don't know what that is, but no. Your mother-in-law, no. A duck platypus, no. Thank you. Appreciate that, mister. Why not? Perry the platypus, no. Hippopotamus, no. Horse, no. Power animals, welcome. Thank you for joining, my friend. A dinosaur, the count, right? No. Not a rhino. Yeah. I think to some cultures and to some like military people and prison people, it's not okay to wear that. Hamster, no. Guess what animal I'm thinking of? Jerry Ham. Welcome. Dog, no. Sherry the platypus, no. Monkey, no. Lion, no. I am gonna watch the game tonight. Yes. Please watch your language, though. But your name's Mr. Inappropriate, so I guess that's to be expected. Thank you, Toom, for restating that. I appreciate that in text form. Tiger, no. Bird, it's not a bird. It's not a bird of any kind. An antelope, no. It's a very unique guess. Beaver, no. Great guess. Daniel, stop. I cut trout. Raccoon, no. But raccoon is very good. Is a great guess, mister. It's a great guess for a reason. It's that type of animal. A moose, no. Reindeer, no. Wildebeest, no. Hi, girl. Hey, puppy. Possum, no. Great guess. You guys are along the right line. Oh wow, everyone just guessed the possum. Great guesses. Flamingo, no. Anteater, no. Chinchilla, no. Armadillo, no. Fox, no. Great guess. A badger, no. Fox is along the same line as well of this type of animal. Tasmanian devil, no. Fox. Coyote, no. Kangaroo, no. A skunk. Ding, 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 ding. Bard got it. Bard Mask is the winner of that round. Skunk is correct. Great job, guys. Great guessing. Skunk is correct. Bard Mask got it. Excellent job. All right. Nice. It's awesome. Let me see those mofos. I know. Scallions came in to the garden. They smelled like a scallion. They look like a scallion. I wonder if they taste like scallion. They gotta be washed first. Great guessing, guys. Skunk is correct. The reason I picked that one is because I smelled a skunk earlier, or maybe that was yesterday. All right, so next category. Hope you guys are having a great time. Thank you all for being here. Mister, please stop using the F-bomb. That's all I ask of you, is to stop using the F-bomb, because there could be younger people in here. Please. You're fine to stay here and hang out, but you can just put freaking. I'm so glad, Toom. Thank you all for being here. All right, so let me get the next category together. Ooh, that's probably it. I think that's probably it. All right. Think. Okay. No, that's too easy. Okay. Guess what candy I'm thinking of. Go. And this is a chocolate candy. Licorice, no. Kisses, no. Milky Way, no. It was going to be Milky Way, Mr. Inappropriate. Tootsie Roll, no. Great guess. Ham. Snickers, no. Oh, shoot. I just forget what it is. That's why I usually write it down. Oh, my God. Okay, I got it. Never mind. Hershey Bar, no. Three Musketeers, no. Chocolate-covered raisins, otherwise known as Raisinets, no. Mars Bar, no. Daniel got it. Twix is correct. Ding, 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 ding. Daniel got it. Twix is correct. Twix. Oh, that's Pop-Tarts. That's not candy. Those American things you put into toaster, the blue box. I love Pop-Tarts. I love Twix. Whatchamacallit. Whatchamacallit. I never had a whatchamacallit. Twix is your favorite candy bar? I love Twix. Twix are awesome. The regular kind and the peanut butter kind. I love both of them. In middle school, I used to go to the snack bar and get Twix all the time. I've never had a Score bar, no. I've seen them. Twix is your favorite too? Dang, a lot of people like Twix. Yeah, left or right Twix. 0 bars. All right. Great job, everybody. That was quick. That was an easy one. All right. Okay. I get the vending. We never had any vending machines. I wish we did. I would have too. I prefer Red Vines over Twizzlers. All right. You guys probably wouldn't know that one. Thank you, Bard Mask. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Ah, you gotta go. No way. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that, my friend. I love seeing that beautiful color on. That's one of my favorite colors, honestly. I have had a Take 5 bar. They are good. That's the one with the pretzels. Yeah, I like Red Vines better than Twizzlers, for sure. Red Vines are really good. They're the same type of fake, artificial, whatever, rubbery consistency, but they're better than Twizzlers, for sure. You gotta Google these names. Hot tamales. My brother used to love those. I like them, but. Julie, welcome. Thank you for joining. Mr. asks, who is USA playing tonight? They're playing Turkey. Twizzlers suck. Turkey, mister. You got it. All right. Thank you all for being here. We're playing Guess What I'm Thinking Of. I was just about to do a category, but I think I'm not going to do that one. All right. Let's do that. Okay. Let me think of one. Ooh. Ooh. This one might be a little difficult. I'm glad that you like it, mister. Thanks for being here. Well, I think Coruscant was eliminated today, but I don't know a lot about soccer, so I just started paying attention to some stuff. All right. It's gonna pause for a second. Hold on, guys. Don't go anywhere. Please don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the reactions. This is gonna be a tough one. Guess what vegetable I am thinking of? Go. Guess what vegetable I am thinking of? Go. Zucchini, no. Asparagus, no. Carrots, no. Zucchini, no. This is a tough one. Carrot, no. Power animals. Beets, no. You're messed up, power animals. Julie got it. A radish is correct. Radish. Ding, 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 ding. Great job, Julie. All right. Next category. Oh, also, please double tap your screens, folks, to like this live stream, or click on that thumbs up button. It's greatly appreciated. And if you're digging the vibe of this live, please hit subscribe. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Gifts are available here on this channel, and they're greatly appreciated. Also, super chats are available and super stickers. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. All right. Next category. Let's do... All right. We got. Let's see here. Guess what musical instrument I'm thinking of? Go. Guess? I need some candy now. Trumpet, no. Violin, no. Tuba, no. Harp, no. Accordion, no. Piano, no. Electric guitar, no. Harmonica, no. All great guesses, folks. Organ, no. A sax, no. Drums, no. Gotcha, dude. I was like at first like, what? The oboe, no. Great guess. I did that one time, and like nobody got it. Clarinet, no. Tambourine, no. Triangle, no. Banjo, no. French horn, no. All phenomenal guesses, guys. Wow. I'm impressed, man. Great job. Cowbell, no. The theremin, no. An excellent guess. Piano, no. Ding, 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 ding. Xylophone is correct. Toom got it. Toom got that one with xylophone is correct. Great job, Toom, and great job, everybody. Excellent guessing, guys. Hell yeah. All right. I'm gonna turn soccer back on. The sound's probably gonna come on, but whatever. You don't hear anything? I didn't want to get hit with monetization. All right, we're going to play the next round in here in a little bit. Any sport that can end in a tie is not okay with me. I know that was an extreme close up of myself, but okay. I mean, it's a little difficult to do the math. Oh, tie's only okay in the group stage. Sports Jazz fan, this is is why you're here, dude. This is the main reason why you're here and why you're a moderator. You are taking on that sports category, my friend. Great information, and thank you for that. I appreciate that. I did not know that. I'm trying to learn a little bit more about soccer as as it's being played in our country. It's a tough sport for sure. The crazy thing is, for me, it's just like, how much they are fakers, man. They're such wimps. They fall and they're like, it's like, dude, you're not hurt. We just saw the replay. Like, nothing happened to you. Who are you trying to fool? They have replay. It's 2026. You're not hurt. Get up. You get hit in the shins all the time. Now, flopping is an understatement. What these guys do, man. It's pathetic. It's pathetic, especially when like you watch a sport like hockey. Like, I'm a huge hockey fan, so like, those guys are just beating the crap out of each other, and it's like they get right back up. Most of the time, they get right back up. If they're not getting right back up, there's a serious problem. Basketball has it too, but soccer's got it way worse. Basketball has it here and there, but soccer's got it big time. And I get what they're trying to do, but they should start calling them the opposite way. Like, hockey, they'll call you for it. It's called embellishment. If the ref is picking up that you're trying to embellish to get a penalty call, you're going to the box yourself. You're getting a penalty against you. Now that's a sport. Anywho, all right. I really want to do this category. I'm a flop, James. They definitely do. I agree. What flop, James? Yeah, I mean, listen, all these guys are great athletes. Great athletes. Can you imagine if like UFC fighters were like this, and they like flopped and did whatever all the time? I mean, come on, they're fighting. Like, it's like, get up. Don't you want to play? Get up. Fine. And I'm not Mr. Tough Guy. All right, Tomb, thank you for joining. I hope you subscribe and you take care, my friend. Oh, aliens. Yeah. The U.S., baby. Woo! Where are you located, Tomb? Like, the U.S. is a perfect spot. I don't know how the World Cup normally works. I don't know if the World Cup's like hosted by one host country like every year, or how that works, or if it's like every. I don't really even know. If anyone knows that information, please share it. But what a great country to showcase this sport, because in every major city, we have tons of major cities in the United States, and most of them are all equipped with a football stadium that's massive, that can hold tens of thousands of people. Yeah, it doesn't. The game tonight, I don't think matters, and that's kind of the bummer of it all. That's kind of the bummer. But I think Turkey's like last, so like Turkey's got to like try to hang on. It's more like all the pressure's on them. I did see that the United States, out of the top 10 teams and countries, in the World Cup this year, the United States is number 9 with a 3% chance to win. So that's really low percentage. France is number 1, 17% chance, which is still a low percentage. Oh, so it is being hosted by 3 different countries. Mexico's one of them, right? Because I know the game last night, it was saying from Mexico City. Is Mexico one of them? And what's the other country? It's every 4 years, gotcha. Along with the Olympics. Yeah, no, I love stuff like this. I do. I do. I'm not particularly a huge soccer fan, but I love the idea of all of this. What really ruins it for me is there's a couple different things. Oh, Canada is hosting too, so it's all in North America. Wow. Um, there's a couple different things that I'm like, is that kind of make. First of all, soccer can get incredibly boring, sort of like baseball, especially when no one's scoring. I don't like that in the group rounds that you can end in a tie. That also makes it boring, at least as far as I'm concerned. Um, have you seen the videos, the YouTube videos with the people visiting the U.S., seeing the U.S. huge gluttony? No. I mean, there is a lot of gluttony in the United States, that's for sure, to say the least. I'm pretty sure though that that's on full display on social media, like always. So, I guess they're just seeing it in person more than anything. Also, you got to remember, I mean, I know a lot of people from all around the world traveled to these games, definitely. But a lot of people from these countries live in the United States already. So, you know, there's that too. Oh yeah. And not only that the U.S. serves and consumes, but that wastes. We waste a ton of food. Yeah, I know. They didn't make it in 2018. So then, what in 2022 they did make it. They didn't go that far. Sports Jazz fan, I really do appreciate this information. I do. And every game matters. You know what I mean? It's like it's for your country. Every game matters because it's like, right now I know Mexico's on a tear. Mexico's won out all 3 of their games in their group. And I don't understand the groupings. Like, why are those countries grouped together? That's strange to me. Oh, in Inglewood, California, at Los Angeles Stadium, they're all going nuts. Yes, USA Pride. That's great. That's a great thing. Yeah, I don't understand the grouping thing. The grouping thing is odd to me because it's like, how do they get into the group? Like, what puts each team in a group? I don't know. Maybe it's the qualifiers, qualifying round. Does that do that? And that qualifies you for certain to make it in the World Cup for certain groups. I guess that's how it works. And I finally just figured out. The whole how the time works for soccer at this level. I finally just figured that out. Thank God. It made no sense. It's like you got to do math. You know, at the end of the first half, it's easy because it'll say plus whatever. You know, because it's like extra time or whatever because of the stoppages. That's easy. So it's like 45 minutes tacked on. So it says plus 4. That means it's going to go to 49 minutes. So for stoppages in the first half. But in the second half, it adds on plus another 45 minutes for the second half. Whatever says plus, you got to do the addition for the math for the extra time, including what was added to the first half. So if you miss what was added to the first half, it might be a little difficult to determine when the game's going to end, is what I'm saying, which is odd. Oh, that's. See, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't. I don't like that. It's different. It's really different to how sports work here in the U.S. It's different. I don't think that soccer is going to fully catch on the way that. Well, I don't think the rest of the world wants it to catch on, but I don't think that with all the sports that we have, professional sports that we have in this country, I can't see soccer going well enough. Even though that might not be true because, you know, for Philly, I mean, we got the Philadelphia Union now, and they have a stadium built out in Chester, and you know, they're doing well. I mean, it's still up. They're still playing. So, and it's been for years now. +5 goal difference for the U.S. Wow. The U.S., I mean, technically should smoke Turkey in this game. But you just never know. Like, you know, this game doesn't technically matter, but say Turkey wins, they win like 3-1, whatever, or 2 whatever, and they end up winning, not drawing. You know, that doesn't look good for the U.S. You have a soccer team there that does the New Mexico United. Nice. They do pretty well. Yeah, I don't know how well the Philadelphia Union do, but like they had some guy on there. He had a really thick French accent, and it was tough to understand him. He was on the radio station there, our main radio station, which is excellent. We have like one of the best morning shows radio-wise in the whole United States. The Preston and Steve show. They're hilarious. They're great. Anyway, but they had one of their players on there, and he's like, I think he might be on the U.S. team, and they were talking about, once this started, like, if if they had to qualify first. At that point, they were talking about like qualifying and stuff, and he's like, I think this might be our year, but or he's playing for France. I don't know, but it looks like France is a heavy favorite. It's part of your country, but at the same time, it's like, it's just like the Olympics. When at football season and hockey season, basketball season, baseball season, there's not like pride of country because they're U.S. sports, which we love, but they're not on an international level. Is what I'm saying. I think both games are over now. And also how short soccer games are. They're so short. 2 45-minute halves. Plus extra time. 2 hours long. Maybe just over that sometimes. That's not that long. That's relatively short. Oh man, the crazies are out for the U.S. man. They are out. Of course. I know the U.S. has struggled. So I guess they made it, Sports Jasmine, I guess they made it in 2022 then, the U.S. They made it to the World Cup. How did they do? I mean, we didn't hear about it that much, so I guess not so well. But right now, it seems like they're dominating so far. And if they can win this game, they're definitely dominating in their group. It's basically official, but the U.S. is going to play Bosnia in the next round. How do you think the U.S. matches up against Bosnia? Bosnia. The United States. Huge. Bosnia. Small. Size don't matter when it comes to soccer. That should be their slogan. I don't know why I find that funny, but it's funny. Nice. But how did they do in the actual tournament once they were in it? Did they just kind of collapse? I guess it depends on what group you end up in, honestly, because that's who you're playing the first group rounds. Why does Turkey spell their name like that now? It's weird. The United States is seeking to win all 3 group matches at FIFA World Cup for first time ever. That's big. That's huge. Nice. Love hearing that. The U.S. doesn't have to win this game or draw or whatever I mean, I don't know. I guess this game doesn't really matter. Turkey's 3-1 underdogs tonight versus the United States. United States. With only 4 points. They advanced with only 4 points. Wow. In the group rounds, that's not a lot. They changed, look, Power Animals, busting out the jokes and then busting out the facts. They wanted to distance themselves from the bird. Of script. Gotcha. So win, lose, or draw, the United States is still the best. Gotcha. Are the people on, like the guys that are on the United States soccer team, are they from all around the world as well? Like, are they, I'm sure they are. I mean, I'm sure they are. I'm sure some of them are. I'm asking a lot of questions, sorry. I just, when I'm getting into something, I just like to learn as much as I can about it. Especially when it's going on in my own country. Oh, country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, for thee I seek. Land where my father died. Got you. That's reasonable. Olympics, I'd say, is probably something along the same lines. Maybe. The United States is like, all of you guys move here now. They're like, come over here. We'll put you up in our suite. You can live here about 7 years. Just keep conditioning and keep playing. Maybe that's why the United States, like, really, like, why they started Philadelphia Union and stuff like that. Like, they are professional soccer teams. Like what Daniel was sharing too about New Mexico as well. Like, maybe they're trying to get some of those guys to come over and play in the league, in that league, and be paid well or decent, and then hopefully they can play for the United States eventually. You're not driving the audience away. The audience went away after we stopped playing. Guess what I'm thinking of? The thing is like the thing is like this goes above and beyond sports for me, like the World Cup. I don't particularly like soccer that much. It's okay. I'm always gonna cheer for my country and for the U.S. but it's more culture and stuff like that too. I'm sure there was with your shield. I'm sure there was. And I'm sure even in the opposite direction as well has happened as well. Like where someone, their home country or whatever, and they were living in the United States and they're like, I'm gonna, be on the United States. I'm sure both have happened in the past, plenty of times, for sure. Not just with the United States, but other countries, I'm sure too. Things happen. But, the United States is a huge melting pot, so, for me, that's part of the beauty of this country. At least for me. I love having and meeting people and connecting with people from all around the world that are here in this country, living in this country. I love that. I love that. I love that they want to be part of this country, and they are part of this country, and I love learning about their culture and their country from where they're from originally. I think that's great. Yep, that's one of the ones I was thinking about, Sports Jazz fan. Yep. Yeah, because Joel Embiid was like, I want to win. If I play for France, I'm going to lose bad. Especially when it comes to Olympic basketball. The U.S. dominates. Nice. Watermelon's delicious. Yeah. Yeah, Olympic basketball it's so very obvious. It's so very obvious that the United States is going to completely whoop everybody. And they always do. The last Olympics, the last Summer Olympics, it was like, I forget I think it was like Croatia or something like that. They were playing against the U.S. men, and they were playing against Croatia or something along those lines. And it might have been like another team or whatever, but it was like kind of close. And then after that half, like the United States just like, Curry just cranked it up. He was toning it way down. That dude doesn't miss. I think it's Stephen Curry or Stephen Curry. They're not going to be in trouble. The one guy's not going to make. He might make it a little bit closer, but not really. But okay. Okay. The United States has so many weapons when it comes to basketball. They can go anywhere with it. They can take any game wherever they want to. I didn't know he was from France. Dang, what's going on in France? It was Serbia, that's right. See, I do know something about basketball. I was watching the score at work, actually. I remember it, and I was like, dude, this is just a cop-out right now. It was just a cop-out. And I was like, they're going to crank it up. Sherry. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Yeah. And then they just smoke them. Curry. It's Stephon Curry, right? He's awesome. I love watching him. I do. He is the 3-point god. He just is like, I mean, anywhere he's shooting from, it's awesome. It really is. I mean, he's awesome. Any team he's on, they're so lucky. He's great. He's great. He's a hell of an athlete. Why are you saying congratulations? Steph Curry. Yeah, I think I'd say he's my favorite too. For sure. What team is he on? Oh yeah, Sports Jazz Fans a mod. You missed that whole thing. Gotcha. Yes. Sure, we have some Nancy Guthrie stuff to talk about. For sure. Golden State Warriors. Awesome. Yeah, Sports Jazz Fans awesome. Yeah, there was just a huge update with it all. It stopped. Everything just stopped with it all, and now it's like way ramped up again. And man, the whole situation is just so freaking strange. It's so freaking strange. To say the least, I don't know why it just prompted me to change the channel. Why did it do that? That was weird. What is this channel, dude? Why did my TV just do that? It's on this channel, right? Yep. When would that? I mean, I don't know when the next. So I guess this is the last round of the group rounds. Carly Lloyd just looks like big. Like, is she pregnant or something? I feel like that's a rude thing to say, but she almost looks pregnant with that dress on. Like in shape and like, you know, muscular, but almost pregnant. US starts in 29 minutes, folks. Yeah. Woo. All right, dude. What's your what do you win? How much do you win if they win? A lifetime supply of soccer balls. Let me go back to the guide and see. Okay, it's coming on this one. All right. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't see, I saw it like, you know, whoa, that's a lot. Holy moly. I didn't think it'd be that much. Holy moly. That'd be a huge win. Is Australia like, that's a lot of money. Only put 300 down and you win 1,500 if Australia wins. They have to win the game though to get to be in second. I think right now they're in third, right? From what I saw. You turn on the battery saver? What, on your phone? That means your phone's going like dark often when you're watching? Or like, I don't know. So you just go to, you have an iPhone? Or any phone, really. I mean, you just go to settings, then you go to battery. It should be in there. And then there's like toggles usually. Android. So I don't have an Android, I have an iPhone, but you should just go to your settings, and then you got to go to battery. Should hopefully it's something that says battery. Click on that, and then there should be options to like change to like, so it's called low battery mode for iPhone users. It might be called something different for you, for Android. The US fans are hyped, dude. They're so hyped. They are so hyped, man, in Cali right now. It's probably beautiful there too. It looks beautiful. All right. Yeah, no, I'm flipping back and forth. Oh, so it goes for goals allowed? And then Australia and Paraguay are playing one another right now? Oh, wow, so that's pretty big. No, I have both of them. I'm flipping back and forth between both right now. I know they haven't started yet. They don't start until 10 p.m. Eastern time. But uh, the hell? Wow, that's wild. That gives me something to cheer for. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm nervous for you, man. My buddy Bill and I, we used to do this all the time. He's a big gambler. He sports and stuff like that, especially. And I'm like, yo, Bill, like we'd be at the bar. I'm like, Bill, who do we want? And he'd be like, we want this person. We want this person. If it was fights, or if it was like team sports, we want this team and that. And I'm like, all right. So I know who to cheer for. I get all loud, like, you on the TV. It's fun. I enjoy it. Especially when it's not my money. the game I was watching earlier, like it was Germany versus Ecuador. It was Germany versus Ecuador earlier, and I couldn't for like at least the first half. I could not tell the difference between either team. I didn't know what team was what. I had no clue what was happening. I was like, what is going on? And then I finally realized because I flipped to the other game that was on, and I'm like, I looked at the colors because it's the border. I figured out it was the border around the country name, the top. And I'm like, okay. Flip back, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, why is Germany those colors? They were like a dark blue, light blue, and white. Why is Germany those colors? That's not Germany's colors. and what was it? Whatever that Ecuador or whatever the team was. Their colors were close to Germany's colors. So I'm like, what is happening right now? I think it was Ecuador. Right? Ecuador versus Germany. Ecuador won. Yeah, if Ecuador didn't win that game, they were going to be eliminated. You might have done it by accident, Sherry. My other suggestion would be to like, I don't know how Androids really work. I've never used an Android. I've never had one. But like, sometimes you can flip, like scroll down, like flip down like a setting screen. And there could be something on there, like a quick thing, that you can hit to turn that off, that you might have hit by accident while doing it. But it in low battery mode, it shouldn't, if you're watching something, it shouldn't affect your watching capability. I mean, I'm at the point where I would never own anything else but an iPhone. That's all I'm used to. Rebecca Lowe. It's like Turkaye. Oh yeah, France and Norway are pretty high. France is picked number 1 to win the whole World Cup. They have a 17% chance of winning the whole World Cup. Norway's in the top 10. I know that. I think Norway is number 10, just below the U.S. or maybe just above the U.S. Something like that. Wow, that's a cool stadium. Which one is that? That looks awesome. Hold on a second.
Watch. Midfield, it's been one of the American strengths this summer.
With 6 chances. 6 chances. You gotta capitalize, bro. With that red little patch that you have in your hair. They are. They're like the goaltenders wear these oversized gloves, man. They're like huge. That okay. That's where they're okay. That's what they were just showing them. Who plays there? Who plays there? It's like wide open. The Rams don't play there anymore, though, right? I thought they moved. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh no, they do play there. Chargers and the Rams. Oh, okay. Both teams play there. Interesting. That looks like a really cool stadium. Wow. I know Daniel can't wait for football season. Daniel. Oh. Okay, sorry about that, folks. That's pretty cool. Yeah, like fancy gunfrey thing. Like, why is the FBI sharing stuff with TMZ? Why would the FBI be sharing stuff with TMZ? Like, that to me is way off. There's something majorly wrong there, man. The FBI doesn't share stuff with anybody usually. I mean, it's like the FBI is like so. Oh, TMZ's for sure looking for views, for sure. But I don't think that they're lying about it. With your shield, they are setting out bait. See who bites. In what way? With the information that they're just sharing. TMZ is for sure looking for views, Sherry. I agree, 1,000%. And TMZ has these young males that are reporting on a lot of this stuff, and it's like, who's this young lad? Why is he talking about this? I'm sorry to say, but like, you're not an established, like, what are you talking about? And I'm not saying that I watched a couple of their TMZ videos, and it's very obvious that they are looking for views. That's for sure, especially since the beginning of this whole thing. And that's wrong. But I believe the FBI is communicating with TMZ on this thing. No, that's not. No, that's not Sherry. That's not what TMZ's doing. No, TMZ doesn't need that money. I mean, TMZ makes plenty of money. It's not that. They're views more than anything, but the FBI, no. I don't think they're looking for money per se. The FBI doesn't need money either. Neither group, neither TMZ nor FBI needs money. If you're talking about the money, like the ransom money, or you're talking about the money like from the Guthrie family. Either way, neither organization needs that money. That's not what it's about. Definitely views for sure, but the FBI doesn't share anything ever. And if TMZ is reporting that the FBI shared with them, and they openly are, especially like the lead guy, whatever his name is, I don't understand why they would be sharing that information with them. They shared the information with the family, I think, a while back ago, and you were saying that like that why is the family not looking for her? It's because I think that they shared that information with them a long time ago. They already knew she wasn't alive anymore. But doesn't this shift to a homicide case now at this point? And isn't that way more major than a missing persons case? I think TMZ's been annoying from the start. I think it was fake. I think it was fake that I don't think TMZ even got a ransom note or anything like ransom or any kind of note sent to them. I think that TMZ is heavily involved because it's Savannah Guthrie. I think that this was a very planned thing, and I think the family definitely knew. They had a pretty. They were informed by the FBI, I think, a while back ago that she was already gone. But where is the Ring doorbell footage? Where is the security camera footage? Where is the cell phone data from anyone in the area? Where is all the normal stuff that happens with this type of crime? First of all, this type of crime is 1% rare. It's so rare that someone at this age is kidnapped and taken in the middle of the night, and then let alone murdered. Where's all the evidence? Where, if the FBI's heavily involved as much as they are, where? Yes, with your shield, bingo. Where is all? What is going on? Paris Hilton's there? Wow. All right. I don't know how that's relevant, but okay. She didn't even know anything about soccer. Like, I mean, so Sports Jasmine, are you familiar with what happened with Nancy Guthrie, who is Savannah Guthrie's mom? Are you familiar with that situation and what happened? Well, the sheriff has no jurisdiction over the FBI. The FBI took over this case, Sherry. I told you this a while back ago. The FBI took over this case, like, immediately. The sheriff is definitely covering a lot up because he's not allowed. It's above his jurisdiction. It's way above his pay grade and everything. He has no clearance. He's got no. He's overridden big time. He, what he's saying and what he's doing is irrelevant. Forget about the sheriff. You know, whatever he's been out from the start. So, whatever they're saying and whoever's saying it, you can't hide anything from the FBI. You can't hide anything from the FBI. So, that's for sure. You can try, but it's not going to work. The FBI was involved in this case from day one. The very beginning of day two, max. But day one is what's been reported. They were instantly involved, and that is incredibly shady. Right. So the FBI found out about it. So he tried to hide stuff. That's what they're saying. But it didn't work because they found it. So, in my opinion, the FBI did exactly what they're supposed to do and always do, and that is to find out the truth. So, the sheriff didn't, I don't think he hid anything. I think the sheriff is being used as a scapegoat here. It's the FBI that was hiding stuff. And they're the ones that are doing things. With Your Shield, I think, nailed it from what she just said. It's a government cover-up. It's at a federal level. And it has been from the start. It's quite obvious at this point. So the sheriff is being used for sure as a scapegoat. And, you know, I'm not saying like anything great about the sheriff, but he's being scapegoated. The sheriff. This case has been out of his jurisdiction from day one, Sherry. And anyone else that's saying otherwise, the FBI has been heavily involved in this case. The government's involved. The White House is involved. So, from the start. So, the sheriff's been overrun and overruled and out of his jurisdiction and out of his say since this thing even happened. Anyone that's saying otherwise, they're spreading false information. For sure. They're spreading false information. Exactly, Sports Jazz fan, yeah. That's what happened. The FBI was hey, I respect your opinion. I don't think it has anything to do with the family at all. I think it has everything to do with Savannah Guthrie. Everything to do with Savannah, for sure. And who she is, and her, nothing that she did wrong at all, in my opinion. I don't think she did anything wrong. I think she was targeted by certain individuals that are very powerful. And I think With Your Shield nailed it. Dude, I love Brian Entin. I love Brian Enton so much, man. I love that guy. I love all his coverage on everything. I really, really, really do. Everything that guy is covering. He has got his own channel now too, which I love. But he gets buried by my sports info on a daily basis. What do you mean by that, Sports Jazz fan? Well, the FBI didn't used to have leakage like this, and it does now. Look who's running it. Kash Patel. I mean, that guy's an idiot. Guy's a freaking idiot, to say the least. How's he even still have his job? I have no idea. If he's running, he's the one, he's not even qualified for that position. And he's terrible at it. It's very obvious. So, there's a reason he was put there in the first place. Brian Enton's awesome. And I can't believe this is that little change of pace, but gotcha. Yeah, Brian Enton's awesome. He's great. I watch his stuff often now at this point. And his videos are all, the only thing, I mean, on YouTube, the only thing with him, because it's a brand new channel for him. And he's always like, thank you for following my, what does he say? Thank you for watching my, I forget how he words it, but it's odd how he words stuff. And you can tell he's very it's very new to him. And he's always like traveling, so he's always like in an airport, and he's like, you know, holding his phone or whatever out or a camera out. And it's like, dude, sit down and be able to focus and relax and talk. But he's new to it all, so he's gonna figure all that out eventually. And I know he travels a lot for his job that he has, which he's a reporter. So he's an excellent reporter. Brian Enton was huge and still is on the Idaho murders and the 4 Idaho murders situation. Yeah, dude, I was just talking about that. I literally was just talking about that. Dude, I that's so crazy that you just said that. I mean, you don't know that with the delay and everything. I was literally just mentioning that then your message popped up, and yeah, he was huge on that, and he still is. And I just was watching a video. I haven't finished it yet, but he's talking about how, and this is, I mean, very legit, that the Idaho murders. I'm huge in true crime. Gigantic in true crime. I'm very intrigued. I love it. But all of the families of the victims from the Idaho murders are part of this lawsuit against Brian Koberger's, I wish I didn't say his name, but Brian's professors from Washington State University. I believe it's Washington State University. And what he was reading and what he was talking about and what they should have stopped. Like from what I've heard and read so far, they're definitely negligent at the high. I mean, the highest level too. I mean, you got to report that stuff. But he was. People were reporting it. His behavior. It was very obvious. It seems like, and they didn't do anything. They had people escorting him, escorting the females that he was working around. Oh, USA just scored, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Let me just see this replay out. It's a corner kick. Boom. Beautiful. Corner kick. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 50 seconds in. Goal. Okay, so, yeah, so I think the guy went in to kill one of the best friends of the girl, and the other 3 were just casualties, unfortunately. Yeah, I think the same thing. I think that, but so this is the thing. He was stalking them. It might have been both of them. It might have been both of them. It was definitely one of them. It was whatever one that worked at that Greek bar. That Greek bar and restaurant or whatever. That was the one. I think that's what it was. That's the one. That's where he first started. Like, I think that's where he first came across her. I forget her. It's either Maddie or Maddie and I can't remember the other. I think it might have been Maddie. I think that was his target ultimately. But the thing is like, it's a pretty brazen thing to think, like, for as long as he was stalking them and being outside that house and knowing that the parties and stuff. This was a Saturday night, very late in the morning. Usually people are passed out by then, and he was waiting for that. But, the probability of you running into other roommates is pretty high, especially on a Saturday night. Especially on a Saturday night. Dude. There you go, now you're dead. Stupid bug. He was there. They said at least 12 times. So he had been stalking them for a while. He'd been there at least 12 times from cell phone data and stuff like that. At least. And that's like, that's what they know, where he didn't shut his phone off. Where they're like, okay, yeah, his phone was still on. Which he knew that they would know that. Everything he's done, everything he did is calculated. Very calculated. And he wasn't even trying to hide it from the women, the young girls and stuff, and the professors that he was around on his campus. He decided to target another college campus that he wasn't known on and known around, and girl power welcome, and he stalked those poor girls, or that one girl. And man, is that just that's such a different level of psycho, dude. Oh my God, that's so psycho and so evil. Dude, his face after the murders, like the selfie that he took, and even before them, like his eyes, he was open about, like, that he has no emotion. He doesn't feel anything. He was open about that. He openly talked about that at his university, in classes, and he had no friends. No one was close to him. People didn't like him. Women were afraid of him to the point where they needed to be escorted to their cars if and when he was around. His one professor said that he or she kept the door open because they wanted to make sure that they could hear and see anything they needed to when he was around, especially when females were around. Especially when females were around. He hated females, for sure. He was one of those, like, whatever they call them. I forget what that's called. And someone was talking about that early on in like a YouTube or like a chat thing, and I'm like, what in the F are you talking about? And they explained it to me, and I was like, oh wow. I forget what that's called. What's that called? Like they hate females. Especially from like a sexual standpoint. He was definitely a psychopath for sure. Not that. This is a very specific thing against females. Dang. Can't remember. Not a misogynist, no. No, it goes way deeper than that. Oh shoot, Edward Norton and Brad Pitt are there. Holy crap. Not Edward Norton. Yeah, Edward Norton. I can't think of the name of it. It's like a specific thing. There was like a dude who like started this whole movement, and apparently they were saying that I'll call him BK because I don't want to give him any pleasure or anything like that. BK was in these chats, they think, and he was talking about this kind of stuff often. Like these type of men hate females. Like they're against them because mostly I think it's because they don't know how to talk to females. They don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to connect with them, and they're pissed at them because of that. And they can become violent. And goal against the U.S. Turkey just got a goal. Yeah, Papa, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's for sure. I think they've pretty much proven that at that point. Papa, something like that. So that Papa name is actually that name, that screen name, Sports Jazz Fan. Misanthrope is not it either. That screen name, I believe, was like something to do with the leader of this group. Let me look it up real fast. It's gonna pause for a second. Hold on. I got it. I found it. It's called an incel. An incel. And someone was, I believe it was a female name, was like shouting out, like, just in this one chat, like when after this thing first happened, all these horrific murders happened, and she's like, he or she was going on and on about incels, and I'm like, what are you blabbing about right now? What are you talking about? What is all this? And they explained what it was and to look up this certain thing, and I did, after the fact, and I was like, holy crap. And it's a real thing. And apparently BK was part of this incel community, and it's a real thing. It's incredibly dangerous. So it's like, you know, um, and when you're, because he's always been like made fun of and turned down by women constantly because of how awkward and how just terrible he is in general. I mean, he's just an awful person. He's got no emotions. He's an ex-addict from a, you know, I'm sure you guys can do the research, from one of the worst drugs in the world, starting with an H. And, you know, is highly intelligent. He's very, very intelligent. And was going for his like MBA, if not more, than in criminal justice and beyond. And he was studying with some of the top. The one professor, I forget her name, but she's the one that was on the BTK thing. She's the one that communicates still with BTK. BK. Oh my God. His initials are BK. No, he's not. He's not being tortured in there. No, he's not. He wants to be moved. He wants to be moved. He wants to be moved. And yeah, if he is being tortured in there, good. I hope he is. Screw him. I'll tell you this, the last thing that I thought was going to happen, I thought this was going to be a wild trial. Trial of a long time. I'm talking like Casey Anthony, O.J. Simpson type trial, if not more. And when I saw the news, I remember I was in Wawa and I saw the news pop up on my phone that BK pleaded guilty to all 4 murders. I was in shock. That was the last thing I thought I was going to read at that point. He waited till almost to the last minute, the last second that he possibly could, to be like, okay, yeah, I did it. All 4 of them, yeah, I did it. Yeah, he's got severe phobias and stuff like that. The thing is someone like that who, yeah, you're right with your shield. It's a wild, crazy case. It's a crazy thing. He's got phobias and stuff like that, all that kind of stuff. People are shouting at him so he can't sleep at night. Do you really think, do people honestly think that it's going to faze somebody like him at this point after what he's done? And who knows if what he's done prior to that? Who knows what he's capable of doing now? He doesn't feel emotion. He is for sure a complete psychopath. You keep pushing someone like that, yeah, with your shield, that's a great point. It makes you wonder what his youth was like, for sure. But I think, I agree. I think about that too as well, big time. But keep in mind, sociopaths are made. Psychopaths are born. I think he was a born psychopath. He's been this way his entire life since the day he was born. That is probably the most scariest thing about psychopaths. And he's a great example of what his one professor who studies BTK and all others psychopaths and past murderers, that he's going to be writing books, he's going to be part of books and a lot of movies for sure. That's what he's wanted. That's a big part of why he did what he did. I don't think he snapped, girl power. I don't think he snapped. That's also the wild part about this guy. I don't think he snapped. He's been planning this for a long time. A long time. And he moved all his chess pieces in place to do this. And I think maybe he didn't want to be caught. A part of me believes he wanted to be caught, and he's exactly where he is because he wanted to be there. But there's another part of me that maybe the human element of the attack and the frenzy. I think he was in a frenzy. He's always been a psychopath, but once he started, because then he went in to murder one person, and it ended up that she was in bed with her best friend. So then now it's two people, and in that frenzy, I think the one friend, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, she came up from all the commotion, and in that frenzy, he's like, "Oh no, get back here!" And he just kept going with her, and then on top of that, then her boyfriend is asleep in her bed and wakes up from all the commotion. So he's like in the frenzy and just keeps going. And then there was evidence of him definitely sitting in, I can't remember her name. It's bothering me. I can't remember their names. I'm so sorry about that, folks. But he sat in her bedroom and there was blood, like butt prints and blood in the chair, as if the killer sat down afterwards. And if you think about it, after doing that to 4 people, close range with a knife, he sits down and he's resting. He's trying to regain his energy, and holy crap, I just did all that. And maybe even watching them die. And I think it was very calculated. I don't think he snapped at all. I don't think there was one thing that happened that he snapped from. Yeah, Ethan, I knew. Maddie and her friend, I can't remember her friend's name. And then Ethan Chapin, and it was, I can't remember his girlfriend's name. But yeah, I think she's the one that walked in on it. I got what you're saying with your shield. Yeah, what causes his lack of, it's not a lack of empathy, it's a lack of emotion. He's got no emotion at all. None whatsoever. It could be that. It could be part of environmental influence, like he was a victim. But it also could be he was born that way, where his brain, it's his brain. It's the way he was born with, like, his brain is wired. He was wired differently. That is sad and awful, sports jazz fan. How many more victims before he got caught? Yeah, I mean, my guess is at least one, but you know what I mean? Like, it could have been none. It could have just been, it could have been animals. I think animals definitely, for sure, in his past. But maybe one person. But I think maybe that this was going to be his first, and the whole situation escalated. I agree with your Shield. Well, the one professor, I can't remember her name. If you guys can look, one of you guys can look that up. BTK, the professor the doctor that's really heavily, like, really looking into these type of people, and she will with BK as well, most likely. Wants to learn more and publish more stuff about them and more facts about them, because we have to learn about these type of people to hopefully prevent this type of stuff from happening in the future. 48 hours is great. No, they do. 48 Hours does an excellent job covering. They do excellent job. 48 Hours put out a lot of stuff about. This is the thing about these murders. They knocked down the house. I mean, guys, this was a very bloody. This was a very, very awful scene. No, he didn't. Power Animals. And I don't think he should. This was a really gruesome scene, to say the least. I mean, it was bad. It was really, really bad. Really, really, really bad. Very gruesome, to say the least. And you can actually watch, I watched the body cam footage of the first responding officers that were called not until the next day, almost noon. And it was literally leaking out of the house. Yeah. I mean, literally like leaking out of the house. Down the foundation, outside of the house. That's how much blood there was. Hey, what's up, girl power? That's not true with your Shield. That's not true. That's not scientifically true. And in fact, Dr. Phil especially was asked that question by Dave Portnoy, and he asked that, and very specific question that you just brought up, and Dr. Phil he's like, no, that's not true. No, when you study, that's not true. That, you know, and even in Brian, in Koberger's case, in BK's place, it's a rare situation where somebody is studying law and they turn to violence like that and use that for violence. I would say it's even more rare, if not almost unheard of, that a professor to her level I want to touch on that in a little bit, Sports Jazz fan. I gotta look up her name. All right, so Catherine Ramsland. Catherine Ramsland is is the professor I was trying to think of. She's been studying all these type of people for a long time now, for decades upon decades. Yeah, I don't care what it's extremely rare, and the thing is that this stuff needs to be studied by the right people, and I think Catherine Ramsland, for sure, especially at her age at this point, she's the right person for the job. She's gigantic with all this stuff. But, you know, That's just not the majority of people that are studying these type of people. Which is it's rare that people actually study these people, which she is. It's really rare. It's an extremely rare situation. And Brian, even BK, it's a rare situation that he's used his knowledge and education and stuff like that to commit what he's committed. Exactly. If you're mentally stable, not only mentally, emotionally stable, very healthy, which, and at her age as well, you've already, your brain's well established. Your brain has to be well established and stuff like that. Like, that's why BK, I mean, he's still on the younger side, and this all happened. I think he was just waiting for that. So, sports jazz fan, you said BK was so certain he wouldn't get caught. I don't know. That's a huge, huge, huge. US just scored, I believe. Yes, they did. US just scored. It's a huge question to me. Was BK so certain he wasn't going to be caught? Or was it more of, no, I want to be caught for the glory of it? Because he's definitely taking it all in for sure, and has been. Or was it somewhere in the middle where he knew the high risk, blah, 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 and knew there was a huge chance that there was a chance that he would be caught? I don't think, thank you, Sherry. I think he meant to be caught. I think he meant to be caught. Wait a second, what just happened? I thought the US just scored, and now there's not a US goal. And then Turkey just scored. What did I just miss? It was offsides. Dang it. I need to get another bowl of my stir fry. This is intriguing to me. Because it's not a matter of did he do it, because we know he did. He admitted to it. It's not even Friday, it's Thursday. Stir Friday, I love that. Yeah. Oh, okay, I got you. But it's not Friday. I got you. Brian Koberger. All right, so we're talking about someone who, so BK is someone who studied, it was in it, I think he actually got his master's degree in criminal justice and beyond. And he is incredibly intelligent, highly intelligent, for sure. Always has been. Someone that hates women, for sure. And so when you know criminal justice as much as and you're as qualified as he is at this point with his education and his knowledge, he knows that his phone is going to be looked at. I'm not reading any messages right now. I'm trying to get this out. Sorry, guys. He knows that his phone is going to be taken, and there's going to be a warrant to search his phone. He knows, and they're gonna see if he was there stalking, and they did. He knows that his vehicle may have been spotted, and there's ring cameras and stuff like that all over the place, and that's one of the first things law enforcement looks into. And they did, and they found it, and they saw it. He knows that leaving a knife sheath will leave your DNA on it. And if you leave it at the scene of the crime, underneath one of the victims, now your DNA's there on the weapon holster that you use to commit these heinous crimes. So checkmate there too. He knows that if someone were to live to witness him and his whatever he looked like, his height and everything like that, his weight, everything, he knows that he lets one of them live committing this crime, they're gonna testify against him, and it's not gonna be good for him. Checkmate. He knows that all of the stuff from his university, from Washington State University, has all been officially logged. His behaviors, everything has been logged, and that law enforcement is going to investigate and look into all of that and see that that is how he was behaving. That's a check against you as well. He knows now, taking that vehicle that was caught on camera, that's being put on the news, he knows that driving across country, which he did from Washington State University, from Washington State, all the way to Pennsylvania, that his vehicle, his license plate is going to be caught on many, very many cameras. He knows all of this. He has studied all of this. He knows that a lot of these things, that there's a really high chance, very high chance that he's going to be caught. And he was caught. It's just he did certain things just enough to make it look like he didn't want to be caught, as if maybe he could do it again. If you commit a murder nowadays, even one, there's a very high probability you're going to be caught. There is just way too much tools, and that's a great thing, at law enforcement's disposal that they can use. His IQ was 119. Not Burger King, no. Is that a high IQ? I don't even know anything about IQs. But it goes above and beyond. I mean, when you're in a program like that, and studying criminal justice, he was using all of that to be able to do what he wanted to do. He was putting online, asking about how did you choose your victim, and he got responses, and that's how he chose his victim. He chose a victim that was not close to him, nothing to do with him, and blah blah blah, for whatever reason. This dude, I don't know. It can go either way. Most psychopaths that commit these type of crimes, any psychopath that's going to eventually commit murder, that's just how psychopaths operate. They don't feel anything. So, committing murder is like nothing to them. But they don't want to be caught because then they're in jail the rest of their lives. But if you're someone who's like idolizing other people like that, other psychopaths that committed these type of crimes, then you would possibly want to get caught so that you can have that notoriety. Now you have hiccups. Gotcha. Yeah, his personality type, quite possibly he thought he wasn't going to be caught, but maybe initially he didn't think he was going to be caught by just by just murdering one person, but when you do 4 at one time, that you're definitely going to be caught. There's way too much evidence at the scene. And maybe he just thought that the Moscow Police Department couldn't handle it, and they couldn't. And right away, they were like, we need the FBI right away. They called the FBI right away. They're like, this is too huge for us. And bravo to Moscow Police Department, by the way. Moscow Police Department, sometimes when you know that this is way out of your control, and you call in the FBI or you call in another law enforcement agency that can better handle it, that is one of the best things you can possibly do, because it's basically admitting these victims and their families deserve better than this. We need to get a better law enforcement agency in here to handle this, because this is way out of our span of control. And Moscow was way overwhelmed with it. I'm not so much concerned with his IQ, guys. I'm not so much concerned with his IQ. It's more about the subject matter that he was very, very passionate and very interested in, that he learned pretty much as much as you possibly can learn at the highest level of learning, and then used it for evil and bad. That's what it's more about. I mean, IQ and stuff like that. That's I don't really even fully believe in that crap, to be honest with you. But um, uh, you know, he was obviously smart enough to fool everybody enough and to make it through a criminal justice. I don't exactly know the major, but program, and get to one of the highest levels you possibly can, and then commit these horrific crimes that he committed. I mean, you cannot have emotion and commit those type of crimes. You can't have any feeling inside of you. There's no way. Unless it was a situation that, like, it was your life or theirs type situation. It was self-defense, with which this was not, obviously. This is it's always I'm still intrigued in this whole thing. Like, I can't begin to understand, and I can't with a mind that works like that. I mean, obviously he didn't want to personally know the people or the person. And even at first, when this first all happened, this was a bit off of college campus, of Idaho State University's campus. When they were like, I first saw reports of it, I was like, oh my God, all the public there is in major danger. Like, the cops should be shutting everything down, and like they might have a serial killer on their hands. Holy crap! Who does something like that? That's a mass murderer. You know what I'm saying? How is there not a danger to public right now? But they seem so sure and so positively sure that this was a very targeted attack, and there was no danger to the public. And they were right. They were right, because they already, at that point, they reported that very early on. They already knew from the evidence there that enough. And that's heavily because the FBI was already involved. They had FBI investigators there. The FBI is basically in every state, folks. They have an FBI office pretty much in every state at this point. I don't know that for sure, but very close to every state that have access. They have FBI offices. So they get there on scene. They can get there real quick if they needed to. Or they fly them out real quickly. This is not, it's not, that they're on scene when they need to be. And the FBI has access to everything that they need to. Every resource possible that at the highest level they have access to. Definitely sick, twisted brain. I'm into criminal, I'm into true crime stuff like this, but I'm certainly not going to commit any of these type of acts ever, because I have feelings for people. I love people. Never gonna do something like that. And that's the difference. Like, I don't think that. I don't think that at this point, Sports Jazz man, about the roommates. At first, I thought. At first, I thought that, but I don't think they were hiding anything at that point. I think that everything was on the table at that point because they they were too scared to even like look at what happened. Not just a few hours. They didn't call. They didn't call until like 8 to 10 hours later. But that's also, I think, a huge reason why that is because they were so drunk the night before, and they were up so late at night. I mean, this happened 4:30 in the morning, guys, and they were still. Some of them were still awake. Most of them were still awake, if not like semi-conscious. They were really hammered. I mean, you're talking about a college party house, and they were heavily. All of them were heavily intoxicated that night, and then some. And it's 4:30 in the morning, five close to 5 in the morning, so they need to sleep. So that I think is where all that comes in. And I've been to college parties and stuff like that, and I understand how that all works. The majority of them don't get up until almost noon. The whole house, the whole house doesn't get up till almost noon. It's a bummer that the U.S. is down right now. Let me check the other game. Of course, it's commercial. Might be the half. All right. I need a breather. Give me a few minutes, folks. Stand by. Break. Brian, right back. Break time. All right, guys. So sorry. Give me a few more minutes here. I'm just getting the laptop set up. I had to use the. I needed a break. We've been live for almost 170 minutes at this point, so um, I'm just getting the laptop set up now, the charger, and I want to get the light set up here real quick. So just give me a few more minutes. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Sorry about that. Took a little bit longer than expected. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So first things first, real quick. This is the birdhouse I just recently painted. I didn't make the birdhouse. The birdhouse was already made, but it was in shambles to say the least. So I went with red, white, and blue for America. Happy 250th America. And so the top was like a black at first. This was like a orangish red, faded bad. And this was, the base was white, but very faded white and in bad shape. So, and then I cleaned it all out. It was filled with all this stuff from S-Birds that was real old. I cleaned it all out, and then painted it. And I gotta admit, it was pretty relaxing. It was pretty fun. Duke's helped me with it a lot. She was helping me tape it off, which takes a lot of time, and wrap it so that the paint didn't obviously, mix. But it turned out really nice. So this will be a happy home for a happy bird, hopefully, or multiple birds at some point. We'll put it in the front garden area eventually. It got pretty hot today. It got pretty hot today. Here. Hey, what's up, mister? Mister, just a reminder, thank you for coming back. Thank you for returning. Please keep things PG, my friend, with the language. No F-bombs and stuff like that. It's greatly appreciated. I hope that, you know, let's go US. They're down right now, though. They were. It's still 0-0 for Australia, I believe. I don't know what I'm watching. I kind of lost track of this, I'll be honest with you guys. You told me earlier to say less about that? Well, it's my job to tell you to keep things PG, and I'm not going to say less about it. I don't really know what you mean by that. What the heck is that? What is that? It's like a fingernail. What happened to the last? What the hell happened here? Where's it help? Yeah, it's still 0-0. Alright. I'm just getting the laptop set up, folks. Bear with me here. Holy moly, we actually exceeded 10,600 subscribers, and I think it might actually stay for once. For the longest time, it was like, it'd just be like just be shy of 10,600 subscribers, and then it would just like, it's kid 30 in case you're wondering what time it is. What? Sherry, what does that mean? I'm not following, sorry. Okay, what am I trying to do here? Do that. 2-2, baby. Is that offside too? Mofos! Yes! It'd take a while to show the replay. Finally, here we go. Bam. Whoop. Oh. Oh, he did that on purpose. He banked it off the field. Weird message in chat. They're gone. Well, who was the weird message from? I'm like really strongly thinking about Lasker. Did you block him, Jerry? They didn't need to be blocked because they retracted their comment. Feeling bloated. Uh-oh. That's not a good feeling. USA tied it up. About time. Just remove the chat. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know how, like, Hannah in health, like, how she switches gears so much. Like, she's so good at that. Like, it's hard for me to, like, when people are saying different things, I start talking about certain things, and it's hard for me to, like, just switch gears real quick. There's certain things I don't want to ignore anybody or everyone here, like, or anyone, but like sometimes I kind of have to, because if I don't, I'm not going to stay on topic. I'm just going to wander. You know, it's that's really difficult for me. I do love this hat. This is a great, I'm so happy I bought this hat when I did. It's getting really dirty though. Can't really see it on camera, but it's dirty and it's like kind of getting a little bit busted up. Hopefully I can restore it a bit. We discussed that I love my job. That's great. I'm so happy that you do. So happy that you found something like that. I really am. I've personally decided not to discuss anything about regarding work or anything like that here anymore. So just hopefully you guys know that going forward. I'm not going to discuss anything. Maybe so, I don't know. But you guys are obviously more than welcome to discuss your jobs and what you would like in that topic. I'm just choosing not to anymore. Um, I lost you with sounds. What? Just kidding. Oh, bingo. The study's true. I'm sorry. Wait, wait. You held me up at sounds. Wait, what? Nope. I'm not still on. What's up, Julie? Thank you all for still hanging out, being here. I really appreciate it, folks. Please double tap your screens if you have not done so already to like this live stream. It's greatly appreciated. And or click on that thumbs up button. If you're digging the vibe of this live, please hit subscribe. Thank you all so much. We've gotten quite a bit of new subscribers on this channel recently. Love it. Girl power, baby. Is that a real country? Girl power. Let's not do men. Let's not do a man bashing session here. That's not fair. There are certain things I could say about women that I'm not going to say. It goes back and forth. And ultimately, you know, we're all people. And we all make mistakes. And it's okay. You did say so. That's very true. I have selective hearing and reading. Fact proven. Fact proven. It's like, true, you did say some. I missed that part. But in the reverse, I would say the same thing. If someone was saying stuff about women, I would be like, okay, let's not say that. This is not fair. It's not cool. Because not all women are the same way, not all men are the same way. In a study like that, I'd hope that they would do like hundreds, if not thousands of people to make that conclusion. Why do you love me, Milan? Why do you love me? I keep seeing the reflection like over here, like the replay. Thank you for the reactions. Thank you for the hearts. I'm strongly considering starting either. If I probably wouldn't do like a hockey. I wouldn't do a sports type channel. That's for sure. Because I don't really enjoy all sports enough. Hockey I do for sure. Enough to create a channel, but the competition of that, and not that it's competition, but the people that have established channels on YouTube, they know so much about hockey way more than I do, and they pay attention to it way more than I would. But it's the true crime stuff I think that I'm most intrigued into. I would love to start a channel on that. And obviously it would not be like, it would be a live stream type channel. I would use landmarks. I would never use 5 miles west or any. I would never even use 5 miles number markers, nor would I use directional markers like west, north, south, or east. Landmarks for me, if I can even describe directions. I absolutely use landmarks. Yep, you go down, you turn at the Wawa, you make the right. I mean, you know, streets too. Street names. See? Study flawed. Yeah, I would have no clue for directional markers. I'm actually really, ooh. Hello. She's a cutie. I love those black thick rimmed glasses. Please vote in the poll, everybody. I know I don't normally do a poll. This is the first time I've ever done, like, where are you from? And I kept it very vague because there's only 4 options that you can use in the polls. So, it was UK, the United States, and Canada. Just because those are the 3 most popular countries that people come from in these live streams. Yeah, in the country, I can just imagine, like, you probably have to use, like, some kind of directional markers. Oh, nice stop. I guess it depends on where you're from, too. It's the big chicken. Ah, that's right, you're from Georgia with your shield. You're from Georgia. I saw some of the storms, Sherry, going through Indiana and, like, northern Indiana, which I think that's where you're at from what you've shared so far. And I was like, oh, dang, there is a threat of tornadoes there. Like, for sure. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, like right now, like, well, you know, a recent, it like just keeps happening. It's like, that's scary. I can see why you guys get a bunch of snow. Hopefully, I mean, you have a basement, right? You said. So, you know, you have a basement, right, Sherry? All right, good. That's really great. That you have a basement, so you know where to go at least. Oh, I hit the post. Oh! Well, Sherry, where she lives, in particular, I would say most times in the winter she has a snowy winter because of where she's located. Lake effect snow happens every single. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but I'm pretty sure it happens often. Hey, if you got to spend the night in the basement, spend the night in the basement. And make sure you're away from windows. If it's bad enough, you know, make sure you're away from the windows. Make sure you're away from anything that can projectile go through the air, and Will Ferrell's there too. Oh my gosh, his hair is just out of control. Oh my gosh, he's with the one other comedian. I forget her name. No windows down there. Oh, so it's okay. So it's a basement that is low. It's below ground. And I'm not saying that to like sound like an idiot, but for instance, my house growing up, the basement that we had wasn't fully below ground. There was some of the basement. There was a window that was about we had 3 windows down there that were like about that big and about that long, maybe a little bit longer, and that was it. The majority of the basement was below ground, but some of it was not. So the fact that your basement has no windows tells me it's fully below ground, and that makes me feel a lot more comfortable and safer for you. I hopefully you feel safer in that sense. That is a godsend, because you know also take into consideration, I don't know, but anything that could fall down on you that's extremely heavy, that's above you, if that were to collapse. Basically, be somewhere where you can have a way out. Or try to have a way out. Can't get internet down there. Wow. That might have something to do with, is it, without telling me too much, is it like a house? Wow, that's scary. Yeah, I fortunately live in an area where we don't get too many tornadoes around here. So it's a house. Wow, and you don't get any internet down there. Do you have a TV down there at least? And because it would be important for you, if you're not getting any internet down in the basement when there is a possible tornado touchdown, it's kind of important to get those updates so you can see in real time, like kind of what's happening around you. Radio's not, because it's not, there's no visual to that. And plus, yeah, I mean, radio can't really, they're not gonna really give you much. You get the warning systems, but other than that, you don't have a TV down there or anything like that? Maybe dang, you have no internet connection down there. Normally I'd say, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's more important that it's underground and that you're safe above ground. But maybe Wi-Fi wise, you can I don't know. It's probably nothing you can do about it. You're gonna get a TV. Yeah, I was thinking like an internet booster, but like that might not be worth the money spent on it. A TV. Yeah, I was thinking maybe like something that could shrink, but you'd probably have to put it down in the basement. What's up, Alexis? Thanks for joining. I wouldn't really be like, I just feel like, tornadoes are getting way worse, man. And they're happening more and more often. Yeah, that's the thing. If you have no power, a lot of the times when the tornado's touching down in your area, you lose power pretty much instantaneously. Wisconsin has been getting hit. Yeah, Wisconsin's been getting hit. I saw like the other night on the Weather Channel, there's Owen Wilson, he's there too. Holy crap, there's so many celebrities at this game. It's insane. I mean, there's so many celebrities there. Holy crap. Unlimited amounts. Well, it's in LA, so. Yeah, if you lose power, doesn't matter. Your Wi-Fi's everything's gonna go out. But I think the key is being able to like at least watch TV and keep up with the warnings while the power's still on prior to the tornado hitting or possibly hitting. to stay up with all the most recent information. And please, the Weather Channel is where it's at for that stuff, because they'll lock in and they'll keep covering it over and over again. The Weather Channel is excellent at that. They've gotten way better at it. You know, we're very fortunate to live in a country that has such a great warning system, that has such an excellent. The Weather Channel is phenomenal. Some of the best scientists in the whole world, definitely in this country, but in the whole world, are there meteorologists that are passionate about what they do. We're so fortunate for that. Like, I'm so grateful for that, because they've saved so many lives, for sure. They didn't get your power turned on for 2 weeks afterwards? That's extreme. If that ever happened around this area, they'd have to, I mean, there's millions and millions of people around my area, so they would get it on as fast as possible, because they're losing millions of dollars if they don't. Simple as that. When we lose, like, it's on, it's back on. This area is well too overpopulated for energy companies to lose money on the power not being on. Well, if you're talking about a specific, like, storm chaser type person or whatever, you know, that's one thing, but the Weather Channel for me is the best. I think Maximum Velocity, I think you might be talking about one of the YouTube channels that, like, you know, is covering like a whole bunch of different storm chasers and doing a whole bunch of different things. Yeah, I think that's who you're talking about. Hey, whatever have you, but just make sure it's a reliable source. Some of those as long as he's a meteorologist and actually knows like what he's talking about and saying, that's important, especially in these type of moments. Yeah, I mean, you know, I saw this one tornado go through, I think it was Mississippi, like a couple months ago, or a month or so ago. I think it was like a month or so ago, maybe a little bit more than that. And it just tore through, like, it was a very, like, wasn't a heavily populated area, but it was definitely like a national park area and like forest area. And that's another celebrity. I think that might be James Cameron. And it just like, it just folded all the trees, and I mean thousands upon thousands of trees, like they were matchsticks over the highway. That's great. Yeah, down trees and stuff like that. Yeah, well, that's usually what causes the power outages initially. That and or the wind. And that's great that he helps people like that. I think I know who you're talking about. I've seen him on YouTube. What's up, Big M? Thank you for joining, my friend. I just, you know, I really do hope. I just, you know, my thoughts are definitely with everyone in Venezuela for sure. I want to re-mention that. I did see that. Thank God. I think the U.S. sending aid is helping out for their rescue efforts and stuff like that. They're sending some rescue teams there and some supplies and some other stuff. So, all right, Big M, take care. Thanks for joining. Because there's poor people right now, man. They're saying that there's like thousands trapped, missing. Not trapped, thousands missing. It's not a good sign, which we kind of already knew. The U.S. geological peeps, they already kind of estimated that the death toll would rise into possibly over tens of thousands. And, I hope that's not true, but a lot of the area they haven't even heard from them yet. So they don't even know what's going on yet. And that's the hardest hit region they haven't heard from. There's no news coming out of there. So, yeah, the latest is not, they really can't get any news from there. They're only really, the only news coming out of Venezuela and the whole situation is from the capital, which I can't remember the name. It starts with the C. And, that's it. But the hardest hit area is west of the capital. And it's a desolate area, and some of it's populated, but it's poor, and economically they're not doing well, and their building codes are not up to par, not even close, especially in these areas I'm talking about. And yeah, Caracas, thank you. And there's other areas around there where other areas that have been hit. It was, the earthquakes were, two earthquakes were felt, like in the islands, in the sea, in the Gulf of Mexico. So, it was widespread, because it was there were two very shallow earthquakes that happened simultaneously in a very poor region. Not very poor, but yeah, definitely poor, and not up to par with their building standards. Yeah, so it was a 7.2 magnitude earthquake that hit, and then I think less than a minute later, a 7.5 magnitude earthquake hit. And that's bad. That's really bad. To say the least, that's really bad. Especially for that area. They were even saying, like, it was almost like Haiti, in a sense, where I can't remember the magnitude of the earthquake that happened in Haiti, but it was definitely high up there. 7.5 is 7.2 and 7.5 magnitude earthquakes. That is very powerful. Very, very powerful. And for an area that isn't very well established economically, and their building standards aren't really much at all. I can tell by the way the buildings that I saw on the news and stuff, reports that were collapsed, they were pancaked. Buildings that are up to code and stuff like that, especially for earthquake-prone areas, they don't pancake like that. They're built to sway in the wind and to sway with shaking. And they certainly are not going to, if they do collapse, they're not going to pancake like that, because that's the worst type of collapse you can have. Something. Yeah, and the quakes were extremely shallow, and the shallower the earthquake is, at the epicenter, the more damage that happens on the surface. And both of these earthquakes that happen almost simultaneously were very shallow. Earthquake explanation. What does that mean, Sherry? Daniel, you were on earlier, dude. You were on the live stream earlier. I'm still live. I've been live for 210 minutes now. Please vote in the poll, everybody. Please vote in the poll. I bet you couldn't guess where I'm from. Gotcha. They're starting to really well, they've been studying earthquakes and fault lines at length, and it just so happened that they've been reporting recently that the stress levels of San Andreas Fault and the two surrounding faults around that area are at their highest stress levels right now. So, and boom, a 5.6 magnitude earthquake happens yesterday in Northern California. So, the stress levels are definitely building for something massive. Now, they're saying that, it could happen tomorrow, it could happen 30 years from now, 50 years from now, but it's coming soon. There's a certain cutoff, though, where I think that what they were saying was pretty sure, from what I remember, is within the next 30 years, this big one earthquake could happen, and will happen. They might have been connected. I mean, I was thinking that myself, but that's just my brain and what my brain does with patterns. And I think that's why I really enjoy true crime stuff, because I start to notice patterns, especially. Doublet, yeah. Yeah, it is extremely rare to happen. Yep. Very, very rare. And they're saying that it was the strongest tornadoes. It was the strongest earthquakes in a century for that area, for Venezuela, especially. Venezuela's, it's on a major, fault line and stuff like that. The thing is with nature, when you I do remember that, Sports Jazz fan. I do remember that. But that was that from a Japanese earthquake? I think it was. Japan gets a ton of earthquakes. A lot. And strong. A lot of strong ones. They had a 6.9 magnitude earthquake yesterday, and they didn't even, the whole country didn't even flinch. I mean, there's no news on it at all. It's that's just every day. That's just every week, every month for them. They get so many earthquakes there in Japan. It's so oh, okay. Yeah, we're on shifting like massive pieces of rock. I mean, massive. And they slip often. They all slip. Yeah, dude, I'd be sweating it right now too if I were you. Cause it's looking like this gonna be a draw, brother. It's gonna be a draw. Actually, both games probably are gonna be a draw. Is that gonna be enough for Turkey to have a draw against the U.S.? I don't think so. Yep. Yep. And when it happens in the sea, well, I'd say the majority of these plates and stuff like that are in the sea because the majority of our planet is in the sea. Tsunamis happen and water moves and massive amounts of water move and they come in fast. Oh, okay. Oh, that's great, man. Got you. Okay. I want to say something, but I'm not going to, because I'm not going to jinx you, dude. I know better than that. Come on, U.S. Bury these fools. No disrespect to anyone from Turkey. Yeah, Australian accent's pretty cool. Just running back and forth for the ball. That's exhausting. Why run so much? I hate running. Dude, you never have to shut up. You never have to shut up in this channel, dude. I'm serious. You really don't. Especially when you know I'm engaging in the conversation that you're coming up that you're you know coming up with. And dude, you know Brian Enton. You know Brian Enton. You mentioned Brian Enton, and not only did you mention Brian Enton tonight, but you talked about the Idaho murders case, and that's what started making me watch him in the first place. That's what got me watching him in the first place. Were you like this? I wish I could like just start. I wish I could just bust out some dancing. It'd be odd though. I can dance though. I can dance pretty well. Not to toot my own horn, but toot, 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 toot. Yeah, I agree with you with your shield. I agree with you 1000%. It's an like this planet is an amazing place. It's so amazing. Wow, that person looks like crap, whoever that is. But yeah, it's scary. That's not a good replay of what's happened. Maybe he like pulled a muscle? I don't know. Get them off the field so that they can play the rest of the game. Get them off the field. Turkey's a very intriguing country. for me. They suck at soccer apparently, but um, I'm just thinking about with the Idaho murders too. Like I really think about like the victims, and I think the victims get lost in a lot of these type of cases. And the channel that I would start would be to really like dive into the victims more than anything, because I think Leo's there. Leonardo DiCaprio's there too. Why not? Might as well add it to the list. Um, Xana, her name's Xana. Xana Kernodle was Ethan Chapin's girlfriend. Xana Kernodle. Yes, got it. Italy, for sure. Um, their culture, immerse myself in their culture and the people and their food, for sure. Bam. And their beautiful country, landscape-wise. They got it all there. They got mountains, they have beaches, they have amazing culture, amazing people, great food, obviously. For sure, Italy. The BK defenders, in my opinion, they're not conspiracy people. They're first of all, a lot of them are doing it for attention. That's first and foremost. They're doing it for attention. Whether it be, all right, take care, Sherry. Thank you for joining. Have a good night, all right? Whether it be positive attention or negative attention, they're doing it for attention. But also, they could be incels themselves. And that's scary. That's quite scary. Dude, it's such a bummer that both these games are going to end in a draw. Like, how lame. I'm sorry, I don't care. Group rounds or not, that's stupid. There's got to be a winner. There's always got to be a winner, no matter what. If you're a winner, you're a winner. If you're a loser, you're a loser. That's how sports work. It's not like, oh yeah, we just tied up. And the other reason is because like we'll just the other teams will just sit back and just like, okay, we'll just draw then. As long as we get 1 point. On a large squish ball. What do you mean with your shield? Yeah, I'm not trying to wait for the knockouts. I want it now. I want winners now. This thing goes on for too long too. knockouts begin Sunday? I was gonna just ask that. When do they start? So when will the U.S. play again? Ah, that's it. Australia's game's done. And it's a draw. So you won your money, dude. You got your money. This one's +7. USA game. Holy moly, must have been a lot of stoppages. I really haven't been paying much attention. Next Wednesday evening. Dang, so not almost a week from now. That's crazy. That is crazy. PM my time. Well, just give me a reminder that if you don't mind, you know, if and when I see you in here. Until then, sure I'll look it up at this point. Who's that? They're showing all kinds of celebrities. I don't know who that is. He looks familiar, but there's like unlimited amounts of celebrities at this USA game right now. Because it's all in LA. It's in LA, so of course. I know Will Ferrell's he's a huge hockey fan. He's a LA Kings season ticket holder. He's like right on the ice. Dang, they fancy, yeah. Trying to think of another intriguing, like, true crimes case for me. Well, just in general. Idaho murder is up there with, I don't want to say the best, but oh my God. Turkey just scored. You've got to be kidding me, US. You've got to be kidding me. Wow. They're done, man. USA, count them out. I'm taking my hat off. No. That was terrible. Back to true crime. Yeah, no, I mean, I always say, like, a great idea for, I'm sure it's already been done before, but a great idea for like a thriller type, even horror movie type deal, whatever they call them, would be like where Earth loses its gravity. That would be absolutely terrifying if that happened. Because we would just start floating up into nowhere. If you're not bolted down and weighed down or whatever, you're going up, and it doesn't stop without protection. So that means sayonara. That's really scary to think about. Yeah, sports jazz fan, you're like, whatever, I won my money, I don't care. Take this hat off. They suck. I'm gonna put on my Wawa hat. Because Wawa rules. Wawa. I forget where you live, where you said you live, sports jazz fan. earthquake just happened there? Earthquakes happen all the time in Japan. All the time. Constantly. So much so that they built their whole country now around that stuff. Yeah, I think the U.S. is done. That you can't let Turkey win. That's horrible. Back to back. Wow. Oh yeah, you mean yesterday and today? Yeah, that's a small one for Japan. 5.8. That's relatively small for them. I think there might have been an earthquake in Chile today too. My pattern self is telling me something's like wrong. Something doesn't seem right, or something's going on our planet right now. But I don't know. I feel like a lot. It doesn't seem like anyone's connecting the dots. Like the scientists and stuff. They're not. They're not. Nothing's been said about it, as far as I know. Now, Sherry said it earlier on the stream, but I don't know where she got that from. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's gotta be somewhat related. I feel like there has to be. I mean, maybe it's because we're paying attention to it more. I don't know. Gotcha. Sports jazz, yeah. She is just stretching. No, I don't know about. She might have heard it from somewhere, but honestly, my thinking is that they are connected somehow, some way. But and they could be. We don't know. We're not scientists. I'm just drawing a blank right now on sports jazz fan on because I love true crime. Like I really do love it. I don't know what it is. I just love it. I do. I'm very intrigued in it. And man, there's just so many like horrifying people out there. Like it's so scary. It's so scary. Yeah, it really is. It's like, man, like some people are nuts, but some people just snap. Some people, it's all different. Um, what's the what's one of the most recent ones? Um, can't think right now. Yeah, I'm just drawing a blank. Uh, there's one that sticks out in my head right now that I actually was going to bring up earlier. I think it's still unsolved. Uh, and the fact that this one in particular is still unsolved is like beyond me, because when you think about like an unsolved murder or multiple murders, you know, that's scary because that means that person could still be out there, or those people could still be out there. Oh, I got one I can think of. I got one that could intrigue you, sports jazz fan, big time. This is a theory, but this is a theory that I believe in for sure. Now, there's a theory that there is a group of people, murdering young males, college-aged males, all over the United States, and have been for some time since like the 90s, and usually in major cities. In fact, one of the possible cases that I'm referring to, and they're known as the smiley face murders. And one of these possible murders, well, this person turned up dead in the area I grew up in. And when I say the area I grew up in, I mean like 10 to 15 blocks from where I grew up, from my childhood home, which is not very far. Murray, gotcha, Daniel. Thank you for sharing. I'll have to look that one up, dude, for sure tonight. And so the theory is, and the thing is when these men, young aged men, turn up dead, they're found in a body of water, and they were known to be out drinking or partying. Man, something smells like burnt, like electrical burning. That's really strong. Yeah, I definitely will. Daniel, if you can please text me that one, I would be very grateful for that. I will check that one out for sure. And there's 2 investigators now that are retired investigators that have dedicated the rest of their lives to this theory. And very established ones, by the way. And it's been going on for decades now. And they turn up dead. Most of them don't even have autopsies done, but the ones that do, the majority of them come up testing positive, which is something that they don't normally test for, which is like whatever the chemical is for like roofies, whatever's, you know, the date blank drug. They test positive for that. A male. And they were seen on camera or by others or both appearing to be very heavily intoxicated when their friends and whoever they were with were like, they didn't even drink that much yet. And what else about it? The cops, law enforcement, in these cases, rule the manner of death as drowning, pretty much in all of them. As if these young males that were out partying at a bar, restaurant, or a house and walked home or whatever, fell into the river or fell into the lake and drowned. And some of these victims, if you will, that were found dead, don't have any water in their lungs. Which tells you they were dead prior to being in the water. Because if you drown, because you're inhaling that water because you're still breathing. It's a big giveaway. And one in particular was found in the body of water like this, with their head kind of floating just above the water, and then most of their body submerged underwater, not laying flat as if the body was bloated and rose from the water, or vice versa, or the other way around. They were laying as if they were thrown in the water and their just body just stayed like that. Dude, I know exactly what case you're talking about, Daniel. I know exactly what case you're talking about. And I will say that that's a great one to bring up, dude. That one is so mysterious and so odd. It's not even, I know exactly which one you're talking about. Yeah, she crashed her car. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Daniel. She was in college, I believe, and yeah, 21 years old. She was in college, and she told her professors and all that she had a family emergency, and then she just left, and she got in her car and started driving, and then she crashed in rural New Hampshire, and then the police were called to the scene of the accident, and she was just gone. What's that with your shield? Oh, no you don't need to send that to me. I know exactly what you're talking about. So she didn't die in the crash. The crash wasn't even that bad. It was survivable, like, for sure. It wasn't even that bad, but it you know, and she didn't call the police or anything like that. It was a neighbor or something like that ended up calling the police, and she just vanished. She was just gone. Lizzie Borden. I have not heard of that one. 130 years. Dang, that's a long time ago. Yeah, that one is that's the type of stuff I'm talking about, Daniel. Like, that type of stuff where she's just gone. It's so mysterious. It's like, how and why? Did she mean to do that? Like, what happened? You know, it leaves so many questions unanswered, and it's like, they're the ones that are most intriguing for me, because it's like, you know, you can just kind of, like, I don't know, I just like to look into them even more, and, like, you know, I'm sure, you know, what she didn't. We all know she didn't fall off the face of the earth, and she didn't have to make such a scene. You know, if she wanted to disappear, she didn't have to make such a scene about it. She could have driven to, like, a park or a rural area, wherever she wanted to. And I think it was rumored that she might have been drinking alcohol, like, or like been involved in drug usage. I don't know that for sure, but I just vaguely remember that, and that, you know, she could have been, like, not in her right frame of mind. But my thinking is, someone in that area could have easily taken advantage of someone like that, and most likely did. And that could have even started with a neighbor that was right there, or what was that? Or like a neighbor that was, like, right there, like, where she got in the accident. Could have saw like a vulnerable female and that she might have been in trouble and she might have had stuff in her car that might have not been the best. And they're like, oh no, come in here, I'll protect you or whatever. I really, I really don't. I mean, the only theory I have, I mean, there's a couple of different things that could have happened to her. I mean, without a doubt. First things first is she with her lying to her professors and stuff, college campus, saying that she had a family emergency when her family confirmed there was no family emergency. That's a fact about the case. I remember that one. It's like, why lie about it? And where was she heading? Where was she going? Obviously, she said that lie, and then she was traveling to a different area in New Hampshire. Why? Maybe she wanted to disappear, and that was just her excuse. I don't know, to miss classes. But like, if you wanted to disappear, why would you care enough to lie to your professors and make an excuse if you don't plan on coming back anyway? So that doesn't make any sense. And then you crash your car, so now you don't have a vehicle anymore, and so you're not going to get back to school and all that stuff, and you're not, or your family or anyone, and you're in rural New Hampshire, and you don't know the area that well, so you put yourself in a really bad situation. I don't know. I will check that out with you, Shield. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate it. Busy boarding. I'll screenshot it. Screenshot it. Yeah, and like, no remains were found, no nothing. My thinking is, she came across someone. I believe she was in a very vulnerable state at that point. Maybe like physically, definitely mentally and emotionally. And I think it was very easy for anybody to take advantage of that. And I think they capitalized on it. And I truly believe that it was someone in that immediate area that it happened so quick and she wasn't able to escape it. That's what I think. That's what had to have happened. I mean, almost. Like, she could have wanted to disappear on her own. She obviously was not. Oh, I watch every single 48 hours episode right away. In fact, the 48 hours episodes that come through, first of all, they do a lot of like ones that are like over 2 hours long or over 3 hours long, where they're a combination of a whole bunch of them. I'm like, seen it. So I don't even watch them anymore because they're not new episodes. The new episodes are always like 40 to 45 minutes long. I watch them because they pop up on my YouTube feed like right away almost. That's a top channel I watch for sure. I just watched the recent one last night actually before I went to sleep, and it's a case I already knew about. I'm starting to find that a lot of them are repetitive now because I've watched so much stuff about them. I mean, it's rare that I haven't heard of one. So, I watch often. All this stuff. Got you with your Shield. Like I said, I will check that out for sure. I'm always looking for something new. And I will let you know next time. Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Within minutes. of law enforcement arriving. Yeah, the root beer float one. Yeah, root beer float was poisoned. Yeah. I love root beer floats. I had totally fallen for that. Yeah. She vanished within minutes. That short window. So that's the thing. There was no blood or any. I don't think there was anything like found that in that on that scene that would have that she was injured in any way. She might have been injured, but in a small way. Man, whatever that sound was so loud. It just shut off. I don't know what that was. No blood. Yeah, exactly. And all her belongings were found in the car. Still. The door, I think, was wide open. I think. I'm pretty sure the driver's side door was just wide open. Or one of the doors, as if she just went out. As if to be like, I need to get out of here. Or someone got her out of there and forced her out of there. So it's for me, it's like one of two things, pretty much, that someone forced her out of there instantaneously and ripped her out of it, and then brought her into their house and like, kidnapped her, and then restrained her in some way and silenced her, or she was so scared as to what just happened in the situation, and she ran off into the woods. It was a rural area, into the woods or wherever have you, to get away from it, to not be caught by the cops, since the cops were on the way. Because again, she's not the one that called 911, from what I gather. Neighbors did. That when I say neighbors, I mean people that lived right there, which it was rural, so there was not that many choices. Wasn't that many people around. So there's not a lot of people driving by, it seems like, because it was so rural. So, like, I feel like someone either grabbed her, which I feel like, I don't know, that just seems like that's such a high risk maneuver, but it could have happened. Or I think the most likely situation is she ran off because she was paranoid. She was not in the right state of mind. She just got in a car accident. She might have been under the influence of alcohol and drugs or whatever have you, and not in the right mental and emotional state. And she ran off in the rural area, had no clue where she was going or what she was doing, trying to hide from the police, not to be busted. And she could have succumbed to the elements, but you would think that, like, someone would find her remains, at least, of her body, but maybe it was so rural that no one has. But she'd be on the surface, right? She'd be on the surface of everything, so her remains and everything would be surface level. They'd be found eventually, and they haven't been. Unless she came across someone or an animal that took her and did what animals do. But again, surface. And did they search the area that well? Like, I don't know how well they searched the area. That whole area should have been searched. Yeah, the leading theory is that she succumbed to elements in the woods. But it's like, was it winter at the time? Was it like, what was the weather like? That's important. An excellent example, Daniel, of what I'm talking about here. And a phenomenal example, my good sir. As soon as you said it, I was like, when you first said the name, I didn't recognize it, but then when you described it, I was like, oh my God, I know exactly which one you're talking about. And you can tell I know some of the facts of it. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I'm saying that. That she had said to her professors that there was a death in the family, and the family members after the fact, after she went missing, they were like, there was no death in the family. I was thinking that she told them in person, but you're right. It was an email. Which, I was saying, I don't know, maybe you were off earlier when I just said all this, but it's like, why would you make up a lie to your professors if you don't plan on coming back anyway? If you wanted to go missing, if she did want to go missing, why would you make a lie up like that to your professors if you don't plan on coming back? Like, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. And I'm curious about what the weather was like in that area at the time of the accident. That's what I thought it was. I didn't know it was a snowbank, but I thought it was snowing out. Or snowy. Hmm. Yeah, so the snowbank almost like protected her. It's like a cushion crash, technically. If it's a snowbank, I mean, it could be a hard one if it was plowed. But, I mean, obviously it did enough damage where she couldn't drive the car anymore. Temperatures were in the 20s. Interesting. Now, to keep in mind, if someone passes away in low temperatures like that, especially in snow, and if it's northern like that, such rural area, any rural area, people travel eventually. They find stuff eventually. Especially since there was residents in that area, and it was traveled. There was a road there at least, so it's going to be traveled eventually. We all know that. Humans are everywhere, especially in this country. With that being said, the body's preserved. Even if she did pass away from the elements, from that type of cold and snow area, it would preserve the body for quite some time. I mean, a long time. And then eventually, obviously, it doesn't even get that hot in New Hampshire. I mean, super hot. I mean, it gets warm, but if she passed away by natural causes, she'd be on the surface, so someone would come across those remains, at the very least. And I'd say relatively quickly. Not quickly, but within the coming months at least. And they didn't. They haven't. That's really bizarre. Unless she was buried or put somewhere away that she couldn't be found. That's a good point, search dogs. That that absolutely could mean she entered the vehicle. For sure. And then at that point, she's gone. She's gone. And she's in a desperate situation. Well, what she feels to be a desperate situation. You know what I mean? Not all there mentally, emotionally, maybe even physically. And then it just takes one person to come across someone so vulnerable like that and say, "Hey, get in. I got you." And you know, next thing she knows, she's going somewhere else, and then she's no longer with us. Most likely that's what had to have happened. Something along those lines. But still, and that means that there's someone out there. That means that there's someone out there that did that. I don't think it was anything like that. I don't think she had anything like that with your shield that I heard of. Another thing this might be really far-fetched, but she could have been being followed by whoever. And whoever followed her could have caused the crash. And then ripped her out of the car. Just bumped her enough off the road. Bumped her enough off the road where she lost control of the car enough, and then put her into the snowbank, knowing she'd survive it, and then snatched her out of there real fast. Or multiple people. Someone could have been driving behind her. And what makes me think that could be a possible theory is that what she said to her professors in an email, not even in person. She didn't even feel safe enough. She had to leave. She didn't feel safe at all, it seems like, where she was, to email her professors and then to immediately get out of there, not even to tell her family what's going on. She wanted to leave and was driving and was trying to get away. It might have been such a bad situation that she could have been being followed by whomever was after her, and they're the ones that caused the accident, which was a small accident, by the way. Could have been a very small fender bender, and then that's what they did. And then they snatched her, and she could have, I don't know, she could, like, if it was a short amount, like, with the dogs picked up on the scent, and then that was it, 'cause she was already in a vehicle and moving. And maybe none of the neighbors probably weren't outside, per se. They just, I don't know, who knows? The neighbors are everything. The witnesses are everything. And I think there was only one witness, honestly. I think there was only one person that was living in, I don't know, I have to look all that up, but I would really want to talk to. I think that law enforcement, that's where I would hone in on, is whoever was near that accident scene, and what they saw, and the vehicles that were around the area. That is incredibly important. But if dogs, if she wanted to go disappear into the woods on her own, on foot, and the scent of her ended down the street, they would still pick up on a scent, no matter what. It wouldn't just end like that. It wouldn't just end like that. It would keep going. I'm gonna look this crap up. I just gotta get some ads real fast. Great freaking example of what I'm talking about. I love this stuff. It's almost like these people are no longer with us or able to be with us or whatever anymore. So it's like up to us to like try to help them out. Ibuprofen does the body good. Wow, wow. Alright. Man, I'm still hungry. I'm still freaking hungry. Ooh, I just got an idea. Tasty cakes, baby. Tasty cake. It's a Philly thing. It's a Philly thing. It's just so good. The one thing I could send you, Daniel, if you wanted me to, is freaking tasty cakes. I'm telling you right now, dude, you're gonna be like, oh my god, they're so good. Mm. Dude, someone had to have picked her up. Or, I don't know, I don't know how else to describe that. They are delicious, man. Oh my god. They're so good. Chocolate chocolate cakes with chocolate flavored coating and cream filling. Sign me up. Sign me up. They also do like peanut butter ones with vanilla cake, milk chocolate coating, and dark chocolate coating ones. Dude, the death total in Venezuela is gonna get up into the thousands. It's gonna get up into the thousands, dude. They're saying that there's 30,000 people missing. It's gonna be way worse than that. Right now, they're trying to rescue people because like there's a lot of people buried right now under the rubble. You know, and Venezuela, unfortunately, they don't have. It's not. You know, no, we don't really get earthquakes that much, but we're not. You know, California's on a lot of fault lines, but what happened in Venezuela yesterday was really bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. The death toll is going to go climb, and honestly, Venezuela is a country that we're probably not even going to know the full death toll that happened. What's her name? Let me get back up. What's her name? Someone look it up. I screenshotted Lizzie Borden. I want to check that out. Faux show. Mormon. Beautiful girl. Yeah, that she fled. That she fled the site, not wanting to get a DUI. So she was under the influence, right? Yeah, you had said that with your shield. The whole no remains and no body, no body, no remains thing. Even though that area was heavily searched, because that was the theory from the start, that she left the scene. First of all, how did they know that she was under the influence if they didn't know? How did they know that she was avoiding a DUI if they didn't know that she was under the influence? You have to visibly or like do tests, and you have to blood test that person in order to know that they're under the influence of something. Even if they have open containers in their car, you can't assume that they're under the influence. You just can't. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole bus driver thing. That's interesting. She also vanished within minutes. So that means, how long did it take them to start searching for her? She couldn't have gotten that far on foot, especially in the snow and winter. She wouldn't have made it far at all. Especially if she's intoxicated, like they're saying. Listen, that's not evidence of her under the influence. I've traveled like where I've drank a part of a box of wine that you can easily tuck right back in, secure the trigger of it, the nozzle, And I brought it over to my ex-girlfriend's house. That's 45 minutes away from here. And I didn't even drink it prior. I was bone sober. I drank it days or a week before. That's not evidence of that at all. No, it doesn't prove anything. Plus, everyone's tolerance is different. So even if she drank a little bit of that boxed wine prior, doesn't mean she was intoxicated in that exact moment. There's no way that they can possibly determine that. There's no way they could possibly determine that. That's all hearsay. That would be all like nothing. That would be nothing. Plenty of people drive with, even like an open bottle of liquor. You're like, oh, I had the rest of this Captain Morgan rum. I'm gonna bring to my friend's house. The party. I mean, that's not evidence at all. Not even close. And I remember that. I remember it being reported that was a strong possibility, and it's like you don't. None of you guys know that for sure. And the fact of the matter is like you're using that against her when it could have nothing to do with the case at all. She could have been bone sober, and been driving that vehicle, and that crash had nothing to do with her being under the influence of alcohol or anything. She was forced off the road, and you don't know. And if she were, if she were to, be afraid of like law enforcement coming, and she's got, an open thing of wine. I mean, honestly, if she's near the woods, she could have just taken the boxed wine and she could have just thrown it into the woods to get rid of the whatever. I mean, honestly, if she really wanted to hide it. I mean, might not have been in the right frame of mind. I don't really know where I was going with that, but there's plenty of things she could have done other than that, but you just never know, I guess. But, Daniel, I think when you brought up about how she vanished within minutes of the accident happening and law enforcement arriving. I don't know how many minutes it was. That's kind of relevant, I think. But I want to say it was 15 minutes or less. It was almost like a hot pizza coming to you, or Chinese food. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was quick, and for her to run off, if she were to run off, if that's what happened, she ran off. My question would be, well, how long did it start to take them to start searching for her after she left? I mean, obviously at that point she got in a car accident and her car's wide open. There's no evidence of any foul play, no nothing. So I would hope that they law enforcement, they started searching right away, and they started searching in that immediate area, and they didn't see her. They didn't find her. That's a great question. I don't know if there's anything on her social media. Seven to 10 minutes. That's a small window, man. That's a small window. 7 to 10 minutes. You really can't do much within 7 to 10 minutes. Think about getting in a car accident like that. Gathering yourself enough. That's going to take at least a couple minutes, at least. And then to have the think and the thought of, okay, I need to leave the scene of this accident. I'm going to go this way. That takes a few minutes in itself. Especially once she realized that someone was going to call the police, that someone stopped. And she had a very small window, is what I'm saying. Like, you're talking 5 minutes maybe, where she disappeared. She couldn't have gotten that far on foot in the snow, in that bitter cold, especially if she's intoxicated, if that's what they're saying. Oh, she packed her room? So they're saying that she packed her room. She searched for travel destinations prior to disappearing, and well, she drove a significant distance. Where was she? Where was she like driving from? Where was her school at? This is a really, really intriguing case, dude. This is like. There is a couple possibilities here that, you know. This is like this is like exactly what I'm talking about, dude. This type of stuff. The school bus driver stops at 7 to 7:31 p.m. Speaks with her, offers help, and is told she already called roadside assistance. So and then by not even 5 minutes later, the bus driver calls 911 from his nearby home. How nearby was it? That's within like small. That's a very small window. And this is the type. That's the window of her disappearing right there. Then by 7:46, then the responding officer arrives and finds Maura gone. The window of her disappearance is literally like. I don't even know how they would know this timeline, other than I don't even know that they would know this, how they would know this timeline, other than the bus driver telling them what the timeline is. And the 911 call from the bus driver, which is under the bus driver's control. Because nothing from Maura. Maura was never found, never seen, never heard from again. Yes, it's a very rural area. From what I believe, there were houses around, but few and far between. Very, very rural area. So, and especially in the snow. Why would the bus driver he was a school bus driver. Why is a school bus driver out at that time of night in the snow? This is what I start to do. I start to ask a lot of questions. Where is he going? Who was he just dropping off? Obviously, there was no kids in there, hopefully, but were there? And why would the bus driver stop there at that time, and then less than 5 minutes later, stop at their own home, make a stop at their own home to call 911, and then what? Get back in the bus and then drive it? Like, obviously, you can't bring a school bus back to your home to leave it there, even in an emergency situation. The accident didn't call for him to do that. She wasn't she wasn't even injured. There's no blood or anything like that. And if she responded back, then she's clearly fine. I don't even think there was major damage to the car. I think that there was minimal damage to the car, but it was stuck in a snowbank, from what I gathered. So, why did the bus driver feel the need that he had to stop at his own home so soon and then call 911 then? That's, I don't know, something seems off there, big time. And at 7:30 at night, in the winter, it was probably already dark at that point. Where was that school bus driver going? Where was he coming from? Was it like a sports event? Maybe like, did he just like, I don't know, like drop the sports team off or something like that? Like, what? I'm not sure. I'd have to look all that up. Hold on, let me yeah, her disappearance is suspicious, to say the least. There was such a tiny window there for her to disappear. I mean, such a tiny window there for her to disappear. And if you think about it, I'm just saying, now that I think about it, well, what would be more like, especially, in her situation, if a school bus driver pulls over and is like, "Are you okay?" And she's like, "Get me out of here." And then she gets on that bus, she'd be trusting it. It's a school bus driver. And they're going to drive me away, so at least I can get away from this situation in my vehicle. And then the bus driver's like, no, we can go, we'll take care of it, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. We were thinking like her body could have been dumped in her body can be dumped wherever, but I don't know, man. This is very intriguing. This is a great one. This is a great one. I can't even sit here and say like, well, I hope she's okay, because obviously she's not. She was not okay from the moment that accident happened. She was already in deep trouble. The whole area was searched multiple times. Nothing was found. Nothing was found. The only thing is outside the fridge, these things get. I gotta pull up something. I gotta pull up the video right now. This. Still considered a missing persons case. You know, and after this long, like, I mean, if they find remains of a body, which they usually do, it's rare that they don't, then obviously they know it's a homicide investigation, or they passed away by these means. And if it's a missing persons case, and law enforcement gets wind of that most likely this person's passed away, then they start to change it to a murder investigation.
For the family and friends of the missing, this week's featured case is a mystery spanning now more than 20 years.
20 years?
A young, athletic, devoted,
more than 20 years.
An overachiever, a daughter, a sister, and a friend vanishes. Her disappearance, one of the first missing cases to capture national and international attention, where a sister wrestles with the details of Maura's case and evidence that she was trying to get out of town. Why do you believe that?
Just because it was not a character for Maura to just take off and leave everything. Also, the things that she took with her. So she took textbooks, she took running gear, she took birth control, she took accident forms, and to me, it indicated that she was planning to burn.
In a desperate and exhaustive search for answers, Maura's sister Julie is taking matters into her own hands. She's going to be joining us in just a moment to talk more about the case, evidence, and theories, which there are countless, that have surrounded Maura's disappearance for years, and some possible new leads in the case. Before we get to that, we have several other missing cases that we want to share that are on our radar.
All right, guys. I think I gotta end this one because it's getting late. I'm gonna research the hell out of this one right now. Thank you all for joining. I'm gonna catch you guys in the next one. I don't know when that's gonna be, but thank you all for joining, and take care, everybody. Have a